Now, over the last few years, we've seen hospital closures. So we have focused on access in rural areas. And my rural health agenda, which is bipartisan, focuses on innovation, telehealth, access points. It focuses on work shortages. And also, Senator Warner and I have together focused on making certain that we address the area wage index and do that fairly for our citizens that are in rural communities. So I would like a commitment from you that when confirmed, you and your CMS administrator will work with us to make certain that the area wage index is balanced and that it is fair to rural areas.
Senator, both Dr. Oz and myself recognize that rural health care is in crisis in this country, and that is catastrophic for our entire country. And I talked a little bit about my commitment to rural health earlier in this hearing. The regional price points, as you know, are set by Congress and not by HHS. I will.
Hey, Zeus, what's up?
Dr. Oz will certainly work with you to make them sensible.
We look forward to that. Also, you and I.
Dude, these are. I'm gonna watch this because it's topical and it's the news, and this is Big Red in the morning, and we bring you the hardest boner news ever. But these fucking questions and the way they ask him, it's so retarded. It's always so retarded.
Before you came forward as the secretary.
Well, because it's like, I don't completely blame them. It's like, I mean, I do, but there is like a degree where it's like, they're at like 20 people ask him questions. They get like 5 minutes apiece. So like there is this incentive to be like, okay, shut up. Next question, shut up, shut the fuck up. And you're like, dude, this should just be, I don't know. These should just be fucking 4-hour Rogan podcasts. Like, I've said it before on the one hearing, like, these would be 10 times more productive if they were a 4-hour Joe Rogan experience. And I'm not kidding.
The nominee, we had talked in years past about over-medicating youth and concerns over that. And I was looking at a report from TennCare, which is our Medicaid program in Tennessee. And I was concerned when I saw a number that TennCare had spent $90 million in 2024 alone on ADHD. This was 417,000 of our children. And $90 million. To me, that is heartbreaking, what is happening there. So how will you prioritize oversight of prescribing practices while promoting alternative solutions such as counseling, behavioral therapies, community-based interventions for our youth?
Exactly, and that's the solution. 15% of American youth are now on Adderall or some other ADHD medication. Even higher percentages are on SSRIs and benzos. We are not just over-medicating our children, we're over-medicating our entire population. Half the pharmaceutical drugs on Earth are now sold here. 70% of the profits from pharmaceutical companies are from the United States, even though we only have 4.2% of the world's population. Not only that, but a recent study by
What up, Toad?
Cochrane Collaboration founder Peter Ghosh found that pharmaceutical drugs are the third largest cause of death in our country.
Time to glaze the day's dick.
Oh, they're not making us healthier.
My boy gets it.
We need community health initiatives. We need access to treatment. We need exercise. We need better food.
Okay, let me talk to you about one of those access points in treatment.
Let me talk to you, yeah? Because I am RFK. That's for who it's for. I don't know if you guys got that.
And this highlights a problem we have in the federal Medicaid law.
Let me talk to you.
Since Medicaid's
Yeah.
enactment, states have been prohibited from using Medicaid funds for care provided by institutions for mental disease. We refer to them as IMDs. These are psychiatric hospitals, residential treatment facilities with more than 16 beds. This is a discriminatory exclusion, and it denies payment for medically necessary care based on the illness that is being treated, and it has perpetuated unequal coverage in mental health care. So if you're confirmed, when you're confirmed, will you commit to...
She's like talking to him like all this is his fault. It's like, bitch, he's coming in to fix it. Yo, why don't you record the stream on Streamlabs and put it on YouTube and cut out the music for reactions? I miss the music. I'm sorry, buddy. Why don't we do music? I don't know, dude. I don't know. I'm on disability and food stamps. I'm sorry.
to working with me on repealing
I don't know what to
this
tell you.
discriminatory
I'll try to do more
exclusion
music-focused
and
stuff
ensuring
at times.
equal access
But dude,
to
we
mental
gotta.
health care
There's
for
a lot of gay-ass politics to talk
Yes,
about, brother.
Thank you so much. I've got a question on PBM reform, one on artificial intelligence in healthcare. In the interest of time, I will yield back. I look forward to seeing you help make us healthy again.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, I was too mean to that bitch.
Senator Lujan.
Also, shout out to RFK's hot ass wife.
You're next. I'm next.
Excuse me, just, I made a mistake. It's Senator Cantwell.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and
Dude, RFK's cousins too, by the way,
congratulations on
suck
your
ass.
nomination, Mr. Kennedy, and I've been absent only because I've been in another hearing with the nominee to be the Commerce Secretary. So I will do everything that you've said today and look at that diligently. But one of the things that I wanted to discuss with you is I represent a very big innovation state. And innovation in healthcare specifically. Innovation like NIH funding to the Fred Hutch Cancer Center that helped develop the HPV vaccine, which has the potential to eliminate over 95% of cervical cancer. NIH also funds a lot of jobs and grants, nearly 11,000 people in the state of Washington and over $1.2 billion worth of grants. So while I agree with you on healthy foods, I definitely am troubled by the medical research side of innovation and some of the things that you have said. In fact, this issue about laying off 600 employees at NIH or giving the fact that
What's up, Fisher?
quote, give infectious disease a break for 8 years. So we've had a chance to talk about this a little bit, but the most striking example of this is when COVID hit. And we were the first in the nation. We had the first case, and it really was the fast response
Did we?
by
I thought
the
China
University
did.
of Washington that
Am I
really
retarded?
helped save lives. So I just want to know that, are you aware of how harmful these issues could be for public health? That public health in and of itself could be affected by these kind of anti-science views?
Senator, I have always been a science person, a pro-science person. I believe in evidence-based medicine and gold standard science. When I said, and I've explained this before you came in, that 600 people out of a workforce of 91,000 is pretty typical. Last year alone, President Biden replaced 3,000 people at HHS and 700 at NIH. I want to say this. I said give infectious disease a break because that's been the principal preoccupation. Infectious disease, chronic disease is 92%, accounts for 92% of deaths in this country, and almost nothing is studied at NIH about the etiology of our chronic disease epidemic.
But right now,
The money is going to infectious disease.
but
And
I get your point. It's an interesting point. The problem is we had to respond. And it's actually the Gates Foundation and a flu cohort that figured out what was wrong and that we had an outbreak of COVID that was going beyond the very first case. And so we had to build a very fast response. So I take this too. The University of Washington has conducted groundbreaking stem cell research on fetal tissue. To me, I know there's probably a lot of people that may not agree with this, but we're making regenerative heart tissue now at the
First
University
case
of
on
Washington.
America was
So,
Seattle,
yes
I
or no,
thought.
do you commit to protecting stem cell
Well, wouldn't the first
research
case
for
technically be
scientific
China 'cause they made it?
agencies if confirmed?
I was half
don't
being
protect
funny when I
stem
said
cell
that before.
research. Stem cell research today can be done on umbilical cords, and you don't need fetal tissue.
You know what's funny with all this? Like, I'm not saying RFK's right about everything. I don't know enough about this shit to know if RFK's right about everything. But like, he always has, like, whenever people talk in scenarios like this, they always turn into like Mean Girls and high school girls, where they'll be like, or you look like. They'll basically respond with the equivalent of like, you look fat in that dress. RFK, I don't fucking know. He seems like he makes interesting arguments, and he makes he sounds like when someone has a response where you're like, it was like their level of confidence and cool, calm, collective nature. You're like, I don't exactly know what you're talking about, but it feels like you're giving a reliable response. Like, RFK always has a thought out response. It doesn't feel like gobbledygook. You know what I mean? They'll be talking about a thing that like I don't fully understand, and then when RFK breaks it down, you're like, oh, I see where you're coming from. Okay, copy that. And it's just, they use a very interesting tactic on him. If you notice, I was reading a few articles about him before I logged on the stream. But they use an interesting tactic on him where they assert that because they don't really have much to hit him on, because he's very smart about how he expresses himself. If he's not certain about things, he's, or if he is certain and it's a controversial take, he's got a lot of facts to back it up. I think they can't get him on shit like that because he's so well researched that they just hit him with the same bullshit over and over again, where they'll be like, I saw it in all the articles. They're kind of doing it here where they'll be like, RFK Jr. anti-vax. And it's like, I've never said I'm anti-vax. I'm saying these vaccines, and this goes back to the thing where everyone's trying to have if A, then B. And it's like the conversations we need to have are, well, if A, maybe B, but also possibly C because of D. It's like things like that. We need to have conversations like that. And that's the conversations RFK's having. And all the people who are denying them are trying to force people into a and B conversation. And RFK's just trying to sit there and be like, dude, I'm trying to see you later. No.
You'll protect the laws that are on the books today and the research that's done.
My job is, Senator, to enforce the laws.
Okay, so I want to move to PBMs because PBMs are driving up drug prices. And one of the biggest things that we need to do here, I think, in a new administration is get
I appreciate your opinion. I won't let you explain it.
And lower them. The report found that PBMs generated $1.4 billion from spread pricing. That is where they are able to basically set the price.
That's where I'm at the strip
not
club, spread
reimburse
pricing.
Pharmacies, and then pocket the rest. We've had bipartisan
Thank you, guys.
legislation in several different committees now to get at this. What do you think the solution is?
I think one of the really notable.
See your way out.
achievements
Thank you,
of
Dunbar.
this
That's what I meant to
panel
say.
was the PBM legislation that they put together in a bipartisan way. I haven't met a single senator, well, actually one only, but of the 60-odd senators that I talked to, all of them talked about PBMs and how important it was. And President Trump, during his first administration, pushed through a law, pushed a law to give transparency to PBMs. It got overruled during the Biden administration. Luckily, this panel is resuscitating that. President Trump is absolutely committed to fixing the PBMs.
My time is running out, so I just want to clarify. you believe that we should pass these laws that now have been proposed in the Senate.
I haven't read the entire law, so I don't know, but I think that we need to reform the PBMs. I think we need
But, and
to
somebody
get rid of
sugge-
all of these vested interests that are draining money from the system.
Okay, somebody suggested, though, that you thought you should convene the PBMs and talk to them about some sort of self-regulation. So I am trying to distinguish between these people who basically are doing illegal activities and ripping off, really, they're creating pharmacy deserts in my state. So I'm asking you whether you believe that we have to legislate in this area.
Again, I'm not being evasive. I just don't know exactly
funny,
what
Buster.
the law says. I met with the PBMs. I met with pharma. My job is to meet with
Oh, is
all
that
the
fine ass Megan Kelly back
I've
there?
been meeting with stakeholders for 40 years. People I was suing, you want to hear from the other side.
Well, it's,
That doesn't
okay,
mean I would let the PBMs write their own ticket.
I think,
I support the efforts of this committee to come up with bipartisan legislation. President Trump
Papyro,
wants
what's
to
up, brother?
get the excess profits away from the PBMs and send it back to primary care, to patients in this country, to high-quality health care.
I'll ask you for the record, since my time's expired, to look at the legislation that came out of the Commerce Committee that defines the legal activities that they are doing to drive up prices, and get us an answer for the record. Thank you, Mr.
In
Chairman.
principle, I support that legislation.
Thank you, and let me just tell you the list as we have to move forward to the ending here. Senator Lujan will be next, followed by Senator Marshall, Senator Warnock, Senator Smith, Senator Young, and Senator Welch.
And
Okay.
Let me just say again, Mr. Chairman, this is a matter of such importance. A number of my colleagues would like a second round, and I think it would be important to offer, say, a modest amount of additional time to get into this on both sides. I know I have some questions, but I want my colleagues to have the opportunity to raise their concerns as well.
Well, I've said, as I have indicated to you, Senator Wyden, I'm not going to do a second round. I have been very generous with the senators. I think almost every single senator has had 7 minutes at least. And
Yeah, dude, 7 minutes is crazy. I'm telling you, dude, they should just, for a week, just have like each senator, like, dude, literally for a week, each senator that wants to talk to him gets like an hour with RFK, like hour or two. And like, it's like, dude, like you can break it up. You know what I mean? He could do like 2 a day so he's not pooped or whatever the fuck. You know, and it's like, you don't have to do it in person. You can do it over fucking Zoom. But like, realistically, this whole bullshit where it's like, oh, we do this in about an hour and a half to 2 hours, and everyone gets 7 minutes is psychotic.
I will
I'm gonna look up BPPs really quick.
give you a second.
Or BPMs, whatever the fuck it was.
The two of us.
I'll then divide my time up with my colleagues. I'll be
Okay,
even
you are
briefer.
welcome to do that.
Thank you.
Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, when we met, you stated to me that it is not
Looks like it's pharmacy benefit management in the United States. BPM is a third-party administrator or prescription drug programs for prescription drug programs for commercial health plans, self-insured employer plan, blah, 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 blah. Federal Employment Benefits Program and state government employee plans. PBMs operate inside integrated healthcare systems. The role of pharmacy benefit managers include managing formularies, maintaining a pharmacy network, setting up rebate payments to pharmacies, processing prescription drug claims, providing mail order services, and managing drug use. Okay. Middlemen between pharmacies, drug manufacturers, wholesalers, health insurers playing. Okay.
your goal to take away programs that work for Americans. Do you stand by that statement?
Yes, Senator.
Mr. Kennedy, do you know how many
What was the
Americans
statement?
rely on Medicaid? Work for Americans. Do you stand, Chairman? Mr. Kennedy, when we met, you stated to me that it is not your goal to take away programs that work for Americans. Do you stand by that statement?
Yes, Senator.
Mr. Kennedy, do you know how many Americans rely on Medicaid?
That is what BPM is.
It's about 72 million plus the 7 million kids who are on chips.
Appreciate that, 72 million. Yes or no, is it important that expectant mothers and newborns have access to
Newborns.
health coverage? Is it important that expectant mothers and newborns have access to health coverage?
Absolutely, Senator.
Mr. Kennedy, do you know how many babies born in this country are covered through Medicaid?
I would guess, I don't know the answer, I would guess about 30 million.
I have it, Mr. Kennedy. About 41% or 1.4 million babies, births are financed by Medicaid, according to the National Center for Health Statistics. Yes or no, do you believe that Medicaid is a critical program?
I believe that Medicaid is a critical program, but that it's not working as well as it ought to be. And President Trump has asked me to make it work better, that most Americans are not happy with it, that the premiums are too high, the deductibles are too high, and everybody's getting sicker. Too much money is going to the insurance industry.
I have a series of yes or no questions. They're pretty simple. Because you heard we're not going to get a...
Oh my God, this cunt bullshit. It's so funny. It's so funny when they do this shit where they're like, I'm going to ask you some simple yes or no questions, which almost absolutely guarantee, like you can hear how the guy's gearing up. It can almost guarantee like some sort of got you bullshit that you're like, well, no, you're gonna ask me something. It's like if someone was like, Andy, I'm going to ask you a simple yes or no question. Are you done? Are you not going to have sex with any more kids? And you're like, hold the phone. You know what I mean? You're like, that's completely wrong. The context is wrong. I've never done that. So what the fuck? You know what I mean? So that's obviously an extreme example. But, or is it? No. But no, you know what I'm saying? It's like, no, this is actually, this is what is this? Technically Senate confirmation hearing. Maybe we skip the unnuanced yes or no questions.
Second round of questions, I ask for your indulgence to be able to get through them yes or no. In New Mexico, as you know, Medicaid is often measured state by state. It might surprise you if you look at some of those surveys. In New Mexico, the response was 90% of New Mexicans on Medicaid report satisfaction getting care, 80% getting specialist care, 85% getting urgent care, 95% ease of filings out of focus.
Later, no
Not to
baloney
pick on any one
Mahoney.
of my colleagues, but in Louisiana, 86% of people on Medicaid are satisfied with their interactions. 83% are satisfied getting care. 85% are satisfied getting specialized care. 82% getting urgent care. I can go on state by state, but we don't have the time today. Yes or no, do you support cutting Medicaid or reducing, and especially in an area where you and I spoke about?
Yeah, for real. It might surprise. No, like, and I'm not even like, I mean, I'm not gonna fuck around. I like RFK Jr. a lot. I like him. I want to kiss his cheek. No, I like RFK Jr. a lot, but it's not even like on some shit like that. Like, it's like he almost like everyone talking to him needs to calm down. He almost definitely knows way more about this than you do. You know what I mean? Like, he asked him a bunch of like specific numbers. He got all of them except one. And the one he got, he just like highballed it, which is not, the worst thing in the world. But yeah, it's like, dude, calm down. Well, they're all looking for a gotcha, and they're like most of these senators are devoid of anything. New Mexicans, I never thought what they are called. Yeah, wouldn't that be what they were called if you're from New Mexico? But yeah, most of them are probably just, it's that thing where they're probably in the bag. They probably got like some lobbyist giving them a lot of money, so let's just try to make him look like a dickhead.
About with the federal investment in Medicaid, which is known as FMAP.
President Trump has not told me that he wants to cut Medicaid. He's told me to make it better.
Do you support cutting, yes or no? Let me ask you this way, since it's only about
I
President
support
Trump.
making it better, Senator.
If President Trump asks you to cut Medicaid, will you do it?
Well, it's not up to me to cut Medicaid. It would be up to Congress.
It's so fucking funny. It's so funny. It's like these guys, they're too stupid to like hit him with gotchas. It's like he has no other option except for his like weird little gotcha, because he's like, RFK Jr. is clearly going to try to cut Medicaid. And RFK is like, I'm not. Also, I can't. I'm not and I can't. And he got me wanting to type shit that going to get me in trouble. And I thought this was America where I could say things. Fuck this agate. Yeah, it's so funny. It's like, dude, listen, you're not even good at this. He said 3 times, I'm not going to cut Medicaid, dumbass. And he's like, so are you going to cut Medicaid? He's like, I'm going to make it better. He's like, so are you going to cut it? Is this guy hearing me right now?
Oh, and
You don't want
I'm
to
going to
answer?
work. I'm
Sir,
going to work.
Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy, you don't want to answer? I'll move on. Do you know how many states will...
That was insane. He answered his question. He's like, no, he did answer it. He literally said, that's so funny. The dude's this is the scary shit, because this is the extent people will like just lie about the current moment, because he's literally yelling at him. He's like, if you don't want to answer, I'll move on. And everyone's like, what just happened? That's insane. I would love to find out who's on who's got blackmail on him, who's on whose toll, because this is not an honest actor right here, whoever the fuck's talking to him.
And, Mr. Chairman, if I may pause my time. So I understand that people are getting asked to leave if they stand up with signs, but there's a lot of other as well, Mr. Chairman. So it needs to be extended to everyone. As Mr. Kennedy said, we should respect each other when we have a difference of opinion.
Yo, who
We're
is
just
this
trying to do
guy?
our jobs here and trying to ask questions. That's all. And that's all I'm doing with Mr. Kennedy, folks. So I just hope that we can do
Senator
that.
Lujan, you are right, and I ask the audience to please be respectful.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that very much. Mr. Kennedy, do you know how many states will end their Medicaid expansion if the federal share of Medicaid drops?
Well, there's 40 states that have signed on to the expansion. So,
It's a smaller number. So it's 9 states would quickly have to end their expansion because of the laws that they have. That's about 4 million folks across the country. And in New Mexico, Iowa, and Idaho, they have triggers that it would immediately have to go into effect if, in fact, that gets cut. The reason I'm asking those questions is there's been a lot of chatter and conversations around Medicaid. Now, I agree we can always do better, and we must be doing better in America. But Medicaid has been shown to improve health outcomes, including mortality, quality of life, and access to preventative care as well. And there's some areas, Mr. Kennedy, that you and I touched on specific to Native American communities. One of the concerns...
Very weird slew of arguments this guy is making, because like at no point did Kennedy say he wanted to get rid of it. And he's like, well, no, I prepared like he was going to say I was going to get rid of it. This is actually like nuts to listen to.
that I have are these programs matter to folks. You shared your passion.
Yeah, that's why he said he wants to make it better, dumbass.
I believed that passion. My question in this area is, as you know, when folks are doing research...
I love how this guy
and
wasn't
they're
ready
going
for
to
zero
check to see if
pushback.
medicine works on someone. If they're not included in that trial...
Dunbar's going nuts.
That's what all the evidence shows. So what are you going to do when programs are eliminated to require the inclusion of Native Americans in clinical trials when it comes to life-saving medicine?
I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that there's Native Americans in clinical trials. As I said to you when I visited your office, I spent 20% of my career working on Native issues. My family's been deeply involved with them. My father and uncle were big critics of the Indian Health Service, a failure to deliver good health results or health care on the reservations. I'm going to bring a Native, and for the first time in history, into my central office, that all the major decisions in my office will be that he will have it. We've already interviewed a candidate, a very, very good candidate, will have direct impact on all the major offices. One of my priorities is
You
to
know,
improve.
I appreciate that. I have a follow-up in that space specifically. Will you commit to finalizing the congressionally mandated FDA guidance to increase clinical trial diversity?
Just repeat that again. I'm sorry,
Will you
Senator.
commit to finalizing the congressionally mandated FDA guidance to increasing clinical trial diversity?
Yes.
I appreciate that. Will you commit to reinstating all of the pages that were eliminated and people that were fired from this administration that have this responsibility?
I cannot commit to that because I don't know who they are.
Well, there's
I'll
some
commit
folks
to
out there doing the
working
work.
with you to make
Mr.
sure
Kennedy,
those positions are adequately staffed.
I will follow up in writing in those specific areas because I think there's some commonality here, but answers matter. And so I'd like to get those as timely as possible. The last thing, Mr. Chairman, that I'll say is one of the conversations I had last before this hearing was with a family that I've been working with to work with my Republican colleagues when it comes to autism and federal programs and making a difference in these families' lives and this little girl's life. What I'm asking now, Mr. Chairman, is unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from Autism Speaks titled, quote, "Do Vaccines Cause Autism?" End quote. And I'll note that the first sentence states, quote, "Vaccines do not cause autism," end quote. Thank you. I yield back.
Without objection. And before we move on, we've had a request from several quarters for a quick restroom break. We will take a 5-minute recess. I'm sorry to those remaining 5 or 6 senators who must wait a few minutes, but we will have a quick break. We will
Hey, thank God we were
as
pausing
we
it.
conclude the hearing.
Let me check if fucking YouTube took down the stream yet. Because last time we talked about a fucking Senate hearing, YouTube was being gay as shit about
5-minute
it.
recess. I'm sorry to those remaining 5.
All right, we're
6
still
senators.
up. It was kind of nuts. Kind of like drove me. It was like I was like, that's actually kind of fucking insane. I can't actively show a Senate hearing on my. It's like I paid for it. I can't show it on YouTube.
With that, Senator Marshall.
Thank you, Chairman. Obesity, diabetes, heart disease. Obesity, diabetes, heart disease account for
That fucking dude just say diabetes? That's insane.
probably 80% of health challenges in America. You know how many times
Wait, why are you losing it, Dunbar? I fucking hate everyone in the government. Me too, dude. Sup, Andy? What up, chat? What's up, Papyra? I'm getting real 17. Yeah, dude. Dunbar's about to run into the backyard and do militia exercises. You and the boys gonna hit the monkey bars. YouTube's pretty strict on watching YouTube videos on YouTube. That's my thing too, where it's like I could see YouTube. Like I thought about this a lot with making my reaction videos, where it's like I get it from the music, from the music label standpoint. This is how they always been. I think it would be more I've said this many times before. I think it would be more beneficial if the music labels acted like the video game companies and just let people play their shit. It would make it all way more popular. But no, there is some lack of logic in this where they're like, hey, are you playing a video you can watch for free on our website? That you can't do that. And you're like, the fuck? It's already free on your. I could understand them not letting you monetize it. Fair enough. I personally don't believe in copyright laws, but I could see them. I get where they're coming from. Fine, whatever. I'm not trying to monetize that shit. Honestly, when I got the fucking Drag the Lake channel monetized, there was a bunch of videos where it was me watching shit that I could have monetized, but like I don't really love to do that. It feels yucky, you know what I mean? Like monetizing. It feels yucky monetizing their like other people. You just watching other. I'll use it to get more popular, but I feel weird monetizing that. But from a technical standpoint, it's like I'm already watching this for free on YouTube. Can we not do a copyright strike? Like what the fuck's going on? I'll keep you posted if YouTube stream goes down. I've got it up 2 accounts on. Oh, thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Yeah, I just I like streaming on YouTube to have another option, but if my channel I got a warning and I get up to if I get a copyright strike rather than just no, it's the copyright strikes are fine. They don't really do anything to your channel. They just can't monetize the shit. It's the community guideline strikes. Those will fuck your channel up. So if I get one or two of those, I'll probably just stop streaming on YouTube. But I would like to stream on YouTube. It's another source. It's another avenue of this and that.
I heard my friends across the aisle mention any three of those. I don't know if we've lost the forest for the trees here. Vaccine is a critical issue. I understand that.
Oh, wait. All eyes on RFK, baby. Baby. Thank you for keeping me posted.
With that, Senator Marshall.
Thank you, Chairman.
It's been 27
Obesity,
years now. I'm fixing it. DMCA
Diabetes,
stuff.
heart
Oh.
disease. Obesity, diabetes, heart disease account for probably 80% of health challenges in America. You know how many times I heard my friends across the aisle mention any three of those? I don't know if we've lost the forest for the trees here. Vaccine is a critical issue. I understand that. I don't see how Mr. Kennedy's position could be any more clear that he's going to support the vaccines, he's going to support the science and empowerment to parents and their doctors to make these choices. 60% of Americans have a chronic disease.
I'll say this too, by the way. These goddamn just ask fucking questions. Just ask what you want to know if RFK is going to do it. Every goddamn senator's up there and they're doing a whole big grandstanding fucking bullshit. And you're like, just goddamn it, cut to the fucking... Maybe it's my ADHD, but it's like, just get to it, retards.
That there's an epidemic of chronic diseases across the country. And this Make America Healthy Again movement is palpable to me. It started on the campaign trail in 2020 when moms I'd never met, that never involved in the political process, came up to me and said, look, I want to make these choices about my children with my doctor, not the federal government. That it's a very real thing. Moms, dads, grandparents across the country grab me and say, look, why do 20% of our children now, why are they on a prescription drug? So, Mr. Kennedy, what is your prescription to help make America healthy again? What's your vision? What does that look like to you?
What an impressively stupid question. What an impressively stupid... He did that whole preamble to go like, so what are you gonna do? God damn it, these people fucking suck.
Thank you, Senator Marshall. We're having epidemics of all these chronic illnesses, autoimmune diseases, neurological diseases, allergic diseases, obesity. When my uncle was president, 3% of Americans were obese. Today, 74% of Americans are obese or overweight. No other country has anything like this. In Japan, the obesity rate is still 3%. And epidemics are not caused by genes. Genes may provide the vulnerability, but you need an environmental toxin. Something is poisoning the American people. And we know that the primary culprits are changing food supply, the switch to highly chemical intensive processed foods. We have 10,000 ingredients in our country, in our foods. The Europeans have only 400. If you buy McDonald's French fries...
That's a really good comparison he always brings up, because the knee-jerk... Dude, there's this weird thing where people... I don't know... Like, I see it with the pundits a lot of time. I don't know if it's, like, the nature of the pundits to try to look at it from every angle. But, like, RFK will do this, and then, like, you just see these smart people will always respond, like, it's gonna be more expensive. And you're like, guys, like, our food's retarded. Like, when it comes to the overprocessed shit, there's so many chemicals in it. And even, like, the regular shit, there's all these like chemicals with the pesticides and all that. And yeah, like what he just said, there's like 10,000 different chemicals allowed in our food. There's only 400 allowed in Europe. And they still figure out like, they still figure out how to make their food taste good and not look fucking stupid. So it's like, can we get our heads in the game and just go like, yeah, maybe we should like focus on this. Like he's raising good points. Like, maybe our food's fucking insane. So I get it. I understand that that's the first thing you're going to think of. But at the same time, like Europe gets reasonably priced foods. Maybe we work to make this shit fucking better.
Our country, there's 11 ingredients, my understanding. In Europe, there's only 3. If you buy Fruit Loops in our country, they're loaded with food dyes, with yellow dye, red dye, blue dye, and many other ingredients. The same company makes the same product with different ingredients for Canada and Europe. And at age, we don't have good science.
Dude,
on
his
all
wife
these
is
things.
fucking gushing.
And that is deliberate. That's a deliberate choice not to study the things that are truly making us sick, that are not only contributing to chronic disease, but to mortalities from infectious disease. We need to get a handle on this because if we don't, it's an existential threat. Our country is not going to be destroyed because we get the marginal tax rate wrong or because we get one of these culture war issues that we've been talking about today wrong. It's going to be destroyed if we continue down this trajectory of chronic disease. We need to fix our food supply, and that's the number one.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Certainly, I share your concern with ultra-processed foods. On the other end of this food chain are my farmers and ranchers back home. Would you just take a second and share your compassion, how you feel about farmers and ranchers, that they respond to the market. They don't dictate the market. They grow what the market is wanting them to grow.
And Senator Hawley told me the other day that his brother-in-laws are all farmers. And he said 4 out of every 5 of his brother-in-laws has Parkinson's disease. And that kind of cluster we're seeing across farm country of cancers, autoimmune diseases, obesity, et cetera. Oh, and we can now not export American food to Europe because the Europeans won't take our food. That's not good for farmers. We're also destroying our soil because some of the chemicals that farmers use destroy the microbiome, and that causes the erosion of the soil. You can't get water infiltration. Water pools up and it washes the soil off. Agronomists now estimate that we only have, if we continue doing these processes, only 60 harvests left before our soil is gone. Farmers are using seeds and chemicals that are, over the long term, are costing them and us. And what we need to do is we need to support the farmers. We need the farmers as partners if we're going to make them work. And I don't want a single farmer to go out of business under our watch. I don't regulate farms. If I'm privileged to be confirmed, I'm not regulating farms. That's under USDA. But I want to partner with all of my decisions with USDA and with the farm community to make sure that we don't lose more farmers in this country, but that we also transition. We offer and incentivize transitions to regenerative agriculture, to no-till agriculture, and to less chemically intensive. And by the way, I've also met with the chemical industry and the fertilizer and herbicide companies, and they want to do the same thing. Oh, and I think we're on the trajectory to do that, and we need to incentivize initiatives to accelerate that trajectory.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, the great news is that my farmers in Kansas are selling products to Europe, that today's regenerative practices, soil health, all those things are priorities for Kansas.
That's the most annoying thing about paying attention to politics is like you'll hear a dude say a whole fucking thought out thing and then you'll hear another guy go like, actually, that's completely wrong. And you just hear that constantly. And you're like, hey, man, can you guys stop forcing me to, like, have to, deeply can we just kind of like try to agree on some sort of like consensus on things? Because it is just funny where it's like, I don't know. I always find it interesting where it's like, how much of that is propaganda? Where it's like, you listen to that. I don't fucking know about the farming cycles and any of that shit, but you listen to that and you're just like, okay, either RFK's fucking insane or this guy's fucking like a complete fucking liar. It's just, it's like, and you see it all the time with people. You see it all the time where it's like, I think the brain makes you sort of contort reality to, I think it's like a biological thing, short of just flat out lying. I think with some people, when you ever have that when you get in an argument and someone will be like, oh, this happened. And then you're like one of your good friends will be like, no, it actually happened the exact opposite way. And you're like, how are we so opposite right now? One of us has to be lying or lying to ourselves. What's going on? Yo, Gump, what's up? With the farmers, yeah.
Kansas farmers,
Farmers got too many
doing
dicks.
many of those things already. We just need it to be more widespread. If I could just wrap up my remarks, though, is that again going back to the
what a dirty little tactic where RFK says all that and the guy's just like, well, that's actually not true. Anyway, let me say one more thing. And you're like, well, okay.
big picture here. 60% of Americans have a chronic disease. Mr. Kennedy, I believe for such a time as this that you're not just one of 300 million people. I think that you are the person to lead HHS to make America healthy again, that God has a divine purpose for you, and I look forward to your confirmation and working with you to make America healthy again.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Shit, I need to pay more attention. I thought that guy was being a dick. All right, that's on me. I was not ready for him to be like, yo, you actually have a huge fucking penis and I want to see it. I didn't know that. I'm probably not paying attention well. See, this is why we get bad facts, because we're fat and retarded, guys. This is what's going on.
Senator Warnock.
Thank you so much, Chairman Crapo and Ranking Member Wyden. It's great to be here. Mr. Kennedy, welcome. Welcome to you and to your family. Thank you for meeting with me a few days ago. I'd like to follow up, if I might, with some of the issues that we discussed in my office. I want to talk to you first about the CDC, or the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. I'm proud of the work that the CDC does. I'm proud that it's located in Georgia with more than 10,000 employees in my state. If confirmed, you would be the cabinet secretary.
Oh, he was adding to it. It did, in my defense, it did sound like he was hitting him with a nuh-uh.
Over the CDC. Representing HHS, it's about 29% of the federal budget. CDC is a part of that. Do you agree that the CDC's work is critical to Georgia, critical for our country, and the health of the entire world?
Yes, Senator.
Senator Isaacson, my Republican predecessor, would have agreed with that. Bless his memory. He was a fierce advocate for the CDC, as am I. The CDC is an agency filled with hard-working, dedicated public health servants. They wake up every single day working to keep us safe. I think we don't think often enough about their work, because it's easy not to celebrate the folks who are protecting you from that which doesn't appear because of the work that they're doing. So grateful for the work that the CDC employees do. Some of them are members of my church. I saw that deep commitment firsthand when I visited the CDC just last summer. Mr. Kennedy, you have compared the CDC's work to Nazi death camps. You've compared it to sexual abusers in the Catholic Church. You've also said that many of them belong, this is a direct quote, many of them belong in jail. For me, those are disturbing characterizations of the CDC workers that
They're LARPing as if America has good health care. That's what they do all the time. When someone like RFK comes in that wants to like change it, I would get it all the time when I first became when I first sort of was aligning myself with libertarian thought, and I was like kind of saying this and that about whatever the fuck based off libertarian principles, people would always hop in and go like, well, who's gonna, like, well, what are we gonna do about police then? And there's always this underlying assumption where it's like, it's very weird. You'll talk to people who will be like the biggest ACAB fucker, or they'll just be like, and guys, bear with me, my nose is a little blocked up, so I'm going to be getting out of breath more than usual. So there will be a lot of breathing in. But no, they'll be like the biggest, it happens when you talk to like left-wing people. They'll be like the biggest anti-cop person, but if you stroll in with your libertarian bullshit, now magically to them, police are super vital and they do all the best work. And so they'll be like, well, what are we going to do about cops? And you're like, well, first off, let's start at a point where we acknowledge that cops are widely inefficient a lot of times. They're more about reacting, and they're more about reacting to crimes than preventing them. And a lot of time in a lot of states and cities, they're not gonna have a quick response time and all this other shit. So it's a thing people do a lot of times when you're coming in with like, I possibly have a solution to this. And a thing people go, it's like, well, we already start at a point that everything's completely fine, which is a hilarious thing to do in reference to our medical services. You're like, well, like, everyone's really happy with it. It all works really fine. It's not too expensive, yada, 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 yada. And it's like, and then they'll be like, now, RFK, why do you want to tear down something that works completely fine that everybody loves? They sort of start on a disingenuous point. And that's why you almost have to, I've heard the term first principles, where I was getting into debates and I started hearing like that term, and let me look it up just to be safe so I don't fuck it up. First principles meaning. Yeah. It's basically, in philosophy and science, a first principle is a basic proposition or assumption that cannot be deduced from any other proposition or assumption. First principles in philosophy are from first cause attitudes and taught by Aristotelians and nuanced versions. In mathematics and formal logic, first principles are referred to as axioms or postulates. It's not. In a formal logic system, that is a set of propositions that are consistent with one another. It is possible that some of the statements can be deduced from other statements. For example, in syllogism, all men are mortal. Socrates is a man. Socrates is mortal. The last claim be deduced from the first two. Yeah, maybe I'm not doing. Basically, how I understood it in the context of a debate is where you're like basically first principles is sort of like the foundation that you're setting out for your beliefs, and then you can deduce things from that. So you basically have to realign that because they're setting up a first principles axiomatic. No, I've heard it in context and kind of like understood it, but if you're asking for a definition, I'll probably fuck that up, to be perfectly honest. But from how I understood first principles, it's like it's basically the sort of basis of your argument you're laying out, and all your shit stems from that. And a lot of times people will throw out a sort of dishonest first principles like they're doing here, where they'll be in like, oh, the healthcare system's fucking chill as hell. And it's kind of like on you to be like, well, let's actually bring that back to reality. Let me look up axiomatic then, if it's a fucking dope term. Axiomatic. Self-evident or unquestionable. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've heard that before, and it like you kind of just make sense in context. But if someone was like, define that, I'd be like, don't fucking talk to me.
That I know who are trying to keep the American public safe every single day. And as you are presented as the nominee for this position, I need to know, do you stand by those statements that you made in the past, or do you retract those previous statements?
Senator, I don't believe that I ever compared the CDC to Nazi death camps. I support the CDC. My job is not to dismantle or harm the CDC. My job is to empower the scientists if I'm privileged to be confirmed.
So you retract those statements?
I'm not retracting it. I never said it.
Well, actually, I have a transcript
of me saying that it's a Nazi death camp?
Yeah, let me read your words. It says that the institution CDC and the vaccine program, is your description of their work, is more important than the children that it's supposed to protect. And you know, it's the same reason we had a pedophile scandal in the Catholic Church. It's because people were able to convince themselves that the institution of the church was.
Oh, that's so. This guy's either being incredibly dishonest or incredibly fucking stupid, because he's like, he's not saying it's like the cat. He's saying it's the same mindset is what caused bad results. He's not saying it's exactly like the pedophile scandal or the CDC is exactly like Nazi Germany. He's saying the same thought process or mechanisms led to bad results. So funny. You can't make an analogy without fucking retarded autistic people going like, so you're saying it's exactly the same?
It's more important than these little boys and girls who were being raped. That's pretty provocative language. You said in another statement to me.
I've experienced this a lot too when you're like debating someone who's being dishonest, they immediately forget how analogies work. Secured a Skankfest ticket, let's go.
This is like Nazi death camp. I mean, let me finish. I'm just reading your words. I mean, what happened to these kids? 1 in 31 boys in this country, their minds are being robbed from them.
Yeah, I was not comparing the CDC to Nazi death camps. I was comparing the injury rate to our children to other atrocities. And I wouldn't compare, of course, the CDC to Nazi death camps to the extent that any statement that I made has been interpreted that way. Yeah, I don't agree with that. In 2003, the United States Congress Government Oversight Committee ended an over a year investigation of the CDC and used almost that same language. They said that the CDC, just one division, one branch, the Immunization Safety Office, had put institutional self-interest and pharmaceutical profits ahead of the welfare and the health of American children. So that was a conclusion by Congress. And I repeated that.
I'm asking you because you're the nominee for HHS. It sounds like you stand by those statements.
Senator, my objective is to support the CDC. There's nothing I'm going to do that is going to harm CDC. I want to make sure that our science is gold standard science, and it's free from that same Government Oversight Investigation Committee found that the panels, the ACIP panel within CDC, I think 97% of the people on it had conflicts. I don't believe that's right. I think we need to end those conflicts and make sure that scientists are doing unobstructed science.
So I want to enter this statement, by the way, into the record without objection.
Without objection.
Last week, the White House gagged HHS and the CDC, preventing them from communicating all important public health information to anyone, including all of our allies, including our allies in the United States and global disease prevention. Can you just answer yes or no, because I'm running out of time? Do you agree with that action?
I was not consulted on it, but that's pretty much standard operating procedure for incoming administration.
So you agree with the action that gagged HHS and CDC from communicating important public health information to the public?
That directive made sure that no public health, that only non-essential travel and mass communications were temporarily suspended pending the confirmation of a new HHS secretary. This is standard operating procedure for every administration.
I get it. I don't think what we've seen over the last several days is standard operation for new administration.
I love the people like interviewing him. Their strategy is literally like, all right, so if I could act like a complete fucking pussy, maybe it'll seem like he's being outrageous or ridiculous. All right, I'm going to let it play, get more water real quick.
I think we're seeing some unprecedented actions, but you agree with it. Last night, members of the CDC, along with other federal employees, were actually invited to resign, these buyouts. And I got text messages and folks I know work from the CDC, for the CDC, that do this important work, who got that note. And it's really important because my experience is that when you send out that kind of note, the folks who resign are the folks who you least likely want to see resign. They got other options. They're gifted folks. They got a lot of expertise. They have options. A lot of them are doing this work because of their patriotism, because of their commitment. Do you agree with the buyouts that were presented to CDC employees just last night?
I agree. At the vast majority of the scientists and experts at CDC are patriots and good government servants.
Can you tell me yes or no?
I don't think anybody's going to resign who's committed to making America healthy
Can you
again.
just answer yes? Okay, you agree with the buyout.
I just read your comment, Papyrus. I agree, Andy. You trying to make me come? I agree with you, Andy. Ooh. I never hear that.
In our meeting, I asked you to confirm your support for the Affordable Care Act. You also mentioned that you and President Trump want to fix the ACA by making premiums more affordable. Can you answer me yes or no, as I don't have a lot of time?
Dude, I would, if this dude ended it with like, RFK, last question, Homo says what? I'd support the government. I'd be a whole socialist if that's how those dudes were acting.
Did you know that tax credits that help families afford health insurance and save Georgians an average of $531 per month per person are set to expire at the end of the year? Did you know that?
I do.
We need to move on.
Do you support Congress extending these tax credits so that Americans can continue to afford health care?
Congress has to make its own decisions about that. My instructions from
Mr.
President
Chairman,
Trump
you're saying I'm running
is
out
to
of
make
time, but I'm having a lot of trouble getting the witness to answer yes or no to a yes or no question.
Well,
And I've got one more question.
Do they think we're stupid or like RFK stupid? They're like, I can't tell you how many times I've watched these clips and they're just like, I'm just trying to ask a simple yes or no question. And it's the most, it's always just like a complicated, nuanced question that you're like, well, yes or no wouldn't suffice right now. You fucking dickheads.
you're almost at 9 minutes, sir.
Well,
Yeah, so shut the fuck. And dude, it's a mixture of things. It's not understanding, like I was saying it before. I've had that so many times where you're trying to like argue with someone or make your point, and they just magically forget how analogies work. And then once you start, like, you ever see the fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson meme? You ever see the Neil deGrasse Tyson meme? Yeah, like once someone starts doing this, like, whoa, like that's when you know they're like out of shit, and you're like, you're just trying to be a fucking mean girl cunt right now, and just like, you don't have anything worthwhile, so you're being like, whoa, this guy's being a lot. It's like, no, like just fucking, it's like, you're being dishonest, and he's reacting how anyone would.
I need him to answer yes or no. Yes or no? Do you
I'm not going to
support?
answer yes or no to a question that's not susceptible to an honest yes or no answer.
Okay, I can't
We
get an
need to
answer.
move on.
I think that the fact that
It's actually incredibly infuriating. Ask a ridiculous question, get butthurt because he's responding logically to your dishonest bullshit.
that you find it difficult to answer basic questions is deeply troubling for me as you present yourself as a nominee to run HHS. Thank you so very much.
Senator Smith.
I've been in courts all over the country, and prosecutors.
Mr. Chairman, you told me I'm out of time, and the witness continues to filibuster even after I said I'm done.
Senator Smith.
That's like next level pussy behavior. That dude's a bitch. That dude is a pussy. That's like weak man pussy behavior. It's insane. He's either getting paid a lot of money or they have so many videos of him balls deep in a little fucking, Mossad's got so many videos of that dude. That's pussy behavior.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member, and welcome, Mr. Kennedy. So, Mr. Kennedy, I don't have a question for you on abortion. I think that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle have covered this, but I want to say I can respect people who have different views than mine on this issue, but it's hard for me to respect people who won't give a straight answer to what they think on this issue in particular. Mr. Chair, I just want to note that I understand that anti-choice advocates have said that in these hearings they were looking to hear Mr. Kennedy provide some reassurance that he is on their side, and I'm not hearing that. And I think most Americans are looking for some hint that the decisions that people make about abortion should be personal and private, and they should be free to make those decisions without government interference, and I'm not hearing that either. To make it worse, the answers that you have given tell me that the Trump administration is more than
I'm not going to ask you about abortion. I'm just going to call you a bitch.
willing to restrict or even ban medication abortion without a single act of Congress, and even in states where abortion.
Dude, it's crazy. Like, pro-abortion people, and let me make it clear when it comes to my thing on abortion, is like, I'm philosophically, well, my whole thing is just like, yo, can we pat down when it's alive? And whenever it's alive, and I'm in the ballpark of like, I don't know, 2 months is where it starts feeling too late. I'll just be straight up. I'm not a fucking expert on when it actually becomes a baby, but it definitely becomes like a fucking baby inside there. I think all sensible people would agree if you fucking scoop that kid out at 8 months, like, oh, you're killing a baby. You know what I mean? I think all sensible people would agree with that. And then it's like, you know, day after you busted in a girl, it's like, that also doesn't feel like a baby. That doesn't feel like a baby. So I'm just saying, like, it becomes alive at some point. You can't kill it after that. But at the same, and that's more, but I come from more of a philosophical standpoint on that, because the reality of the situation, if you're going to enforce these rules, you're turning this country into an insane police state. And I think the better route to get what you want to accomplish is just through education, just through educating the normal person to be like, yo, you're killing a baby, dude. But it just cracks me up that it's like, the way that they phrase it, the anti-abortion people, the way that they phrase it just is devoid of context and always just sounds so harsh and shit. And it's like, brother. And like the idea that your stance is like, hey man, at some point it's alive and you shouldn't kill it. And like that they're supposed to be the monster is just psychotic in my opinion.
Abortion is legal. And what is clear to me is that you and President Trump are dangerous to women's access to mifepristone. So having said that, I want to move to a different topic. Mr. Kennedy, I appreciate Senator Cornyn's...
So funny. You're a bitch. Anyway, let's move on. Also, this is why I just go like, dude, I don't think we need a federal government, because you really should just, like, abortion should really just be left up to states. And if it's that big of a fucking issue to you, if it's that... Now, I will say this. I give in... this isn't like one of my passionate issues. I give in, you know, it's obvious, like when it comes to, you know, incest, rape, yeah, all the like gotchas that are statistically insignificant that everyone always tries to bring up, sure, have those. But like it really, like this should really just be left up to the state. And if this really fucking matters to you, go move to one of those states. Go move to one of those states.
questions about mental and behavioral health, something that I care a lot about. I know that
Ralph Warnock's ex-wife said he tried to run. Jesus Christ, that's crazy.
You and your family have had personal experience with mental health challenges, as have I. And I agree that the mental health crisis...
His uncle had a real problem with his mental health. He had a real pain in the back of his head. Really caused a lot of problems for him in the country.
In this country is a crisis. So let me ask you, in an interview in 2023 and again in 2024, you blamed school shootings on antidepressants. You said, and this is a quote,
that's a Jesus Christ. I gotta stop pausing it. I'm just gonna talk over him. I just don't want to miss shit. But that's like a common belief about SSRI. Like SSRIs contribute to school shootings. That's not controversial, dumb bitch.
there is no time in American history or human history that kids were going to shoot schools and shooting their classmates. It really
it's also
started
new.
happening coterminous with the introduction of these drugs, with Prozac and with other drugs. So do you believe, as you've said, that antidepressants cause school shootings? This should be a simple question.
I don't think anybody.
No, it shouldn't. It's an incredibly complex question, you moron. That's insane. Like, I gotta stop. These are insane questions. It's like an insanely complex question because it's like any sensible person goes, no, SSRIs don't directly contribute to school shootings. There's a lot of kids on SSRIs that haven't shot up schools, but a lot of school shooters are on SSRIs. So there's a conversation to be had.
You can answer that question, and I didn't answer that question. I said it
So
should
your
be
answer
studied.
is,
I said it should be studied along with other potential culprits
so
like
they may cause.
social media. But I don't know. I would never make, because there's no science on that,
Well,
Senator.
there is, Senator, there is, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you for the promotion.
The science shows that there is no link between school shootings and antidepressants. And in fact, most school shooters were not even treated with antidepressants.
So funny. Actually, the science from this one study I found says there is no link. Okay. What? Oh my! Oh, you know you can't just say that. It's not. That's not commonly agreed upon at all.
Depressants, and of those that were, there was no evidence of association. You know,
I don't think you
My
can say
question
that,
is-
Senator, because of HIPAA rules, nobody knows.
well, that is, Mr. Kennedy, do you think that people who take antidepressants are dangerous?
That's not what he's saying.
I think, listen, I'm not going into HHS if I'm privileged to be confirmed with any.
So you can't say that people
To
who.
impose any preconceived ideas that I may have. I just want to have
Okay,
good science.
So
They've
you're not
doubled?
saying that
That's
they
crazy.
aren't dangerous, which means that they could be
That's right.
dangerous. Let me ask you this.
That's not true.
You've described Americans who take mental health medications as addicts who need to be sent to wellness farms to recover. Is that what you believe?
No, of course, I didn't say that
Yes, you did.
anybody should be compelled to do anything.
No, but
I'm
you
for-
said they should be sent.
I said they should be available to them.
You
I
said
didn't
that-
say they should be sent.
You said that folks
Kicking and
that take
screaming.
antidepressants are like addicts. That I can provide that,
Oh, I
Mr.
think they
Chair.
should have the availability. Listen, I know people,
So-
including members of my family, who've had a much worse time getting off of SSRIs than they did than people have getting off of heroin. It's the withdrawal period is, I mean, and it's written
actually have
on the label.
I have some
This is
experience
very well
with this
documented.
myself, Mr. Kennedy. This is personal for me. When I was a young woman and I was struggling with depression, thankfully, I had the resources to help me get through it.
Dude, that's a bold stance that this bitch is taking to just be like, SSRIs are great. There's no, and it's like, brother, sweetheart. Like, I'll say this. I don't have a lot of experience with them, but I took them for like fucking like 2 months when I was younger. And I was like, when I was in like college. Yeah. When I was in college, I took them for a very short period of time. And you know why I stopped? Because I go, I feel weird. This doesn't feel right. You know what I mean? I feel weird. I feel like lack of emotion. So I don't have long-term experience, but I have that like short-term experience where it's like I took them for a month or two because I was feeling sad. I was feeling sad in like high school or college, and my doctor, with very little conversation, just gave them to me. I felt fucking weird and numb for like a month or two, and I go, this doesn't seem right. Let's get off of this. But also too, like everyone's heard these stories. Like, how have you not? It's a bold stance to be like, yo, SSRIs have been proven to fucking rule. That's insane. Talk to anybody. Either they have firsthand experience or they know people who've said, like, yeah, I don't. Like, it's the Jeff Foxworthy joke, dude. It's the Jeff Foxworthy joke we all knew back in the day. Like, on the antidepressants may cause suicide is on the label. Like, what are you talking about, lady?
Including a new generation of SSRI uptake inhibitors, which help to clear my mind, get me back on track to being a mom and a wife and a productive, happy person. And I'm really grateful for that therapy. So I have some experience with this, and I think that everyone should have access to that care, and your job as secretary is to expand access to care, not to spread lies and misinformation. And the things that you say, Mr. Kennedy, they live on. They have impact. And we're having this conversation at the same moment that my Republican colleagues are looking to try to figure out how to save money any way they can, and so they want to cut Medicaid. Let's just think about this for a minute, because you're going to be, should you be confirmed, you would be responsible for CMS, which provides mental and behavioral health care to millions of Americans. Close to 40% of folks on Medicaid have a behavioral health condition, and you would be part of this administration that would be looking to cut Medicaid. So, Mr. Kennedy, these...
He said he's not doing that, lady. I mean, maybe he's lying, but I mean, he said he's not gonna do that.
statements that you've made linking antidepressants to school shootings, they reinforce the stigma that people who experience mental health every day face every single day. And I'm very concerned that this is another example of your record of sharing false and misleading information that actually really hurts people.
Senator, you're
Thank you, Mr.
mischaracterizing my statements.
I am only putting into the record what you have said, Mr. Kennedy.
You're mischaracterizing my statements, and I'm happy that you had a good experience on SSRIs. Many Americans have very good experience on it. Others...
It will be an issue between them and their physicians, and not for the
exactly.
future head of HHS to be putting out misinformation about the dangers of SSRIs and other antidepressant medication, spreading the stigma and the fear that we're actually trying to overcome.
Do you think physicians, when they make that prescription, ought to have access to good science?
Of course they do, and
Right,
I don't
that's
think
all I
that...
believe, too. And you and I are in agreement, Senator.
And to your point that you made when
Got
you
her
made these
ass.
statements, it was not based on good science. I don't know what it was based on.
I was saying the science needed to be done. I was saying these are potential culprits. We're coterminous, and I named other things. I said video games. I said social media. I said SSRIs. SSRIs have a black box warning of suicidal, homicidal behavior.
Mr. Chair, I will submit to the chair the information that I have about what Mr. Kennedy has said of linking antidepressants to school shootings. Thank you.
That's so funny. He was like in the process of cooking her ass, and she's like, I yield my time.
Senator Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Mr. Kennedy. To follow up on that spirited exchange, in talking with you and reading about your vision for the department, you said one of your goals is to return public health agencies to the gold standard of scientific review. You've alluded to the gold standard a number of times today. So I'm going to give you an opportunity, uninterrupted, but hopefully not too extensive, to tell me and others what you mean by this gold standard.
The gold standard means real scientific research with replication of studies, which very rarely happens now at NIH. We should be giving at least 20% of the NIH budgets to replication. We should make sure that all the science is published with the raw data. We should make sure that the peer reviews are also published. And I'll give you a quick example. 20 years ago, NIH scientists did a study on Alzheimer's, which they said it was caused by amyloid plaque. After that, NIH shut down studies of any other hypothesis. 20 years later, we now know that those studies were fraudulent. NIH has funded 800 studies on a fraudulent hypothesis, and we've lost 20 years in figuring out how to a cure for Alzheimer's. And that's just one example. I could give you hundreds. We need to end that. We need to end the old boy system. We need to have replicatable science.
Yeah, if the old boy system's anything like the movie Old Boy, definitely end it.
And be completely transparent about
right.
raw data.
Thank you, sir. In recent years, particularly during the COVID pandemic, there's been a lot of skepticism about our public health institutions. Some of this, I would say, is warranted, but it's now created a pervasive lack of trust from the public that these institutions are acting in bad faith or failing to act in objective criteria, failing, in short, to act in the best interests of the public. If confirmed, Mr. Kennedy, how will you work to regain the public's trust? I suspect it will take some time in these important public health institutions.
Through radical transparency, I'm going to make these, the reason people don't trust the public health agencies
Yes.
is because they haven't been trustworthy. And you gave the example of COVID. At the beginning of COVID, everybody was rushing to get that vaccine. We had over a 90% vaccination uptake.
Yes, sir.
CDC's most recent recommendation is that Americans take the 8th booster. Only 23% of Americans are complying. That means 77% of Americans no longer trust CDC, and that is the problem.
Yes, sir. In the absence of full information, might it, I think agree with you, but I want your response. Might it make sense to share that absence of full information with the American people, that uncertainty? I think one of the things by observation and experience that I saw during the pandemic was we had certain prominent doctors appear on television and indicate, no, you absolutely must not wear a mask. 2 weeks later, it's yes, you must wear a mask. But they were certain. And they even demonized people for not following the latest science, knowing there's a high level of uncertainty in that science. Would a measure of humility, and as you say, radical transparency demonstrates humility, help rebuild trust over a period of years?
Absolutely. We need to tell Americans what we don't know. We need to make sure studies that reach a null hypothesis are also published. And that doesn't happen.
Sir, I think you are right about why healthcare costs are so high in the first place. The answer is indeed chronic disease. 90% of our healthcare spending goes towards managing it, as you say in your open statement. It's not in the main because of waste, fraud, and abuse, although we know some exist. It's not in the main because we have greedy executives at innovative, world-class companies. It's not in the main because we haven't yet adopted an unsustainable Medicare for All scheme. It's because of this. So I'm encouraged that you intend to make that a point of emphasis as it pertains to your future leadership. I will say, with respect to COVID, it's not over for a lot of Americans. It's not over. I know the mission accomplished
I'm so excited to hear what this means.
banner was convenient for the last administration. But as we continue to navigate the ongoing impacts of the COVID pandemic, we have many individuals here in the United States and around the world who are suffering from long-term health effects that significantly impact their quality of life, work, and daily activities, and they've been largely ignored. Funding for long COVID research was appropriated by Congress in December of 2020, followed by additional funding directed by the Biden administration in February 2024. Patient groups and industry publications have criticized.
Isn't long COVID like made up? Or I've heard like so many different opinions on it. I've heard like long COVID is just a made up disease by housewives.
The slow pace of clinical trial design and enrollment, if confirmed. Will you collaborate with healthcare providers, researchers, and effective communities to better understand and mitigate long COVID's impact? Yes or no, please?
Absolutely, Senator. There's 16 million Americans.
Will you commit to prioritizing long COVID research and integrate this work into broader healthcare policies? Yes or no, please?
Yes.
Patient groups, experts, and industry publications have raised concerns around existing long COVID funding being spent on observational research. In particular, criticism was directed towards recover funding being used to duplicate existing findings instead of funding trials for potential treatments or diagnostics. If confirmed, Mr. Kennedy, will you work with Congress so that going forward, long COVID funding will be directed primarily towards trial or novel research directions and not replicating existing observational research? Yes or no?
Absolutely, Senator, with enthusiasm.
Thank you so much.
I love that they're like, yo, will you do this research? And RFK is just like, I want to research so much fucking shit. I want to research everything, dog. All of it. So much research.
If confirmed,
Schultz with Vivek. I might watch that.
how will you create a balance between your personal priorities of chronic disease and healthy lifestyle and the ongoing critical work of the department in areas that are focused on incentivizing and advancing innovation in modern medicine and pharmaceutical discovery?
I think innovation is going to be the key to public health. And we have a unique opportunity now in history because of AI, because of telemedicine, and because of the quality of people that are now coming to HHS to actually save public health. But it's all going to rely on innovation, and I don't want to do anything that inhibits or impairs the pace of innovation.
That's encouraging. From approving AI algorithms to determining Medicare coverage, we certainly need more innovation, and we need good people in the department to assist with that effort. So I'll follow up with a question about how you're going to attract and retain good people. Thank you, Chairman.
Sorry to shut you down a little faster than I did the others, Senator. We are up against a vote deadline here, and we have
need,
one more senator who gets his full time. I hope you'll keep it as close to 5 minutes as you can, Senator Welch. And then I've promised Senator Wyden, 5 more minutes?
To be divided 1 minute with my colleagues getting 1 minute.
And then if we can do that, we can get over to vote before they call the vote on the floor.
Thank you very much.
Why don't you just push shit back? You guys make up shit all the time. That's how you bomb the Middle East for so long. You make up shit all the time. Just push it back a little. This is kind of these questions are kind of important to you guys.
Thank you, Mr.
Theo with Cat Williams with a snooze fest. Yo, all respect to the mentally ill goat. I'm good with Cat Williams. His like, I'm about to drop some knowledge on you, playboy, and all that. You're like, okay, it's okay. Just he's I think he is smart. He's also an amazing comic. He's also like a really good fucking comic. But whenever he's like talking shit, he like really draws it out and dances around the point and you're like, dude, just say it. Just say what you mean. Just say what you're getting at, dude. He adds all this like extra bullshit to sound smart.
Mr. Kennedy, and as you know, I'm a big, have great reverence for your family from Massachusetts. When I got out of college, I was in the first class of Robert Kennedy Fellows, the memorial created by your family to honor the service of your father. I do community organizing in the west side of Chicago. And I certainly admire your energy in your effort here and desire to serve. You know, there's a couple of things that are really important here. This is not just about a debate on vaccines. It's a debate about qualifications, experience, and priorities as to the person that will head Health and Human Services. And it's not just about what your answers are today or what the questions are. It obviously has a lot to do with your whole record and your whole history. You know, your sister in her letter, or pardon me, your cousin in her letter said, you've always been charismatic, able to attract others through the strength of your personality, willingness to take risk and break rules. That's, I guess, an attribute, but it can be a danger. The question I fundamentally have is whether your willingness to disrupt and maybe break rules is going to be dangerous and destructive. The character questions we didn't go into here, but there's some sketchy things you've acknowledged. Your history with heroin, you've gotten over that, but there's incidents that do, I think, concern the question of whether the stability is there to be in charge of this major organization. And that's compounded by my concern that you don't have any experience managing a large organization, that you don't have any experience in government. So those are things that have to be taken into account. But the issue for me is also priorities. A lot of your engagement in health has been on vaccines, big important issue. You actually disagreed, as I understand it, with President Trump about Operation Warp Speed. I think President Trump deserves a lot of credit for Operation Warp Speed. He knew we had to get a vaccine. And these other issues about a mask and whether you should wear it, whether when you got your groceries, the bag had to be left outside, remember that in the very beginning? Those are incidental to the core question that the president believed we had to have a vaccine. And you contested that. That worries me. That really deeply worries me. The other questions, Senator Cassidy asked you some questions about our healthcare system. I happen to believe that our healthcare system is profoundly broken. And it's not just about the chronic illnesses. That's about our diet, that's about our exercise. But we are getting premium increases in Vermont of 20% a year, 25% a year. And it's busting the bank for taxpayers, it's busting the bank for our wonderful Vermont employers who care about having health insurance that they can provide to their employees. Senator Cassidy asked you a couple of questions about how you would reform Medicaid, and I didn't hear an answer. You mentioned that you thought Medicare Advantage was good. You have a good plan. No focus on what an incredible ripoff was reported in the Wall Street Journal by United Healthcare, which was marketing Medicare Advantage and then paying doctors and nurses where they had assignments essentially to diagnose illnesses that didn't exist. So they made billions and billions of dollars. And I've seen nothing coming out of the Trump administration, and I've seen nothing coming out of your advocacy that is going after what is a rampant abuse by the insurance companies and overcharging people and not doing the job. And by the way, the United Healthcare people, when they did that, they overdiagnosed. When the person really got sick, they dumped them. They dumped them. Go to the nursing home on your own. That's a broken healthcare system. We spend the most and get the least. And I think there should be collective anger about this on both sides because all of our people are dependent on that healthcare system. And you're going to be working for a president who's on a lawless rampage right now, okay? He has done something reckless with the pardons to these cop beaters. I'm not calling that. But that's just reckless. That's not illegal. He's impounded money. So right now, the Medicaid website went down. He's impounded money. So the community health centers that Senator Warner was talking about are up in the air as to what they can do. Do you believe that a president can impound money that has been appropriated by Congress?
Senator, let me answer the question about Medicare first. I have never defended that program or the rapacious behavior by insurance companies or the PBMs. I understand that's a huge problem. And
all right, I don't have time. We've got to get over to vote. So we can do this.
But you've asked me 5 questions. You got to give me a chance to answer one of them.
Please be brief.
Yeah,
Be brief. That dude took for fucking ever.
I brought in, if I get confirmed, I've already appointed a general counsel. The first time in history, he's a former prosecutor who prosecuted the biggest Medicare fraud in the case in the state of West Virginia. I brought in a prosecutor for that job instead of a bureaucrat, precisely to address the important issues that you raised here. The only reason I didn't talk about these before is because I wasn't asked about them. I agree with you 100%.
Right, what about the president impounding money that, among other things, goes to health care?
And you're saying that that's illegal?
That's correct.
Well, my job is to uphold the Constitution. I'm going to take an oath to uphold the Constitution, and I will administer the law and uphold the Constitution.
Mr. Chairman, I believe under what we've discussed, I control 5 minutes. I'm going to take one and give one to each of my 4 colleagues that remain.
All right, and I would just say this vote, they're going to call it in about 8 minutes.
Thank you.
So we have very little time.
2 hours ago, colleagues, I asked Mr. Kennedy to reconcile his many anti-vaccine statements with his handful of pro-vaccine statements. Instead, he gave us a word salad and ducked the issue. The same was true, Mr. Kennedy, with respect to measles, where you wrote a book playing down the threat, of measles, even though American families are very concerned about it, and apparently families are still mourning in Samoa. And my last point would be that Mr. Kennedy said today really wasn't about him. And I just want to tell him it is all about you, because I find your presentation to be both untrustworthy and unprepared, because my colleagues have been seeing back and forth between Medicare and Medicaid, and it's not clear which program you're using when. So I want colleagues to know there is a lot more information to learn about Mr. Kennedy before we vote. I'm going to urge that to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to not make decisions on the basis of this session. I thank you for the additional time. And I guess my next minute is Senator Whitehouse, Senator Warren, and Senator Smith.
And again, 1 minute each, please.
Senator Warnock,
There's been a
excuse me.
lot of conversation about late-term abortions here, and I just want to make clear what Rhode Island OBGYN doctors describe as what is almost always happening when a late-term abortion is needed. It is a childbirth gone wrong. The family has painted the room, it has bought the crib, maybe even decided on the...
Oh my God. They're like trying to be, they're just like trying to see who be the biggest Frieza. It's crazy.
Baby's name, and has gone to the hospital to welcome the new baby into their family in what is supposed to be a happy event. And then things went wrong. Then the alarms started pinging. The lights started flashing. The medical professionals started rushing in. And the question became, who lives and who dies? The mom's life is often at risk, and she may have other children she needs to care for. The baby's life may be at risk, and one or both may die. In that environment, the doctors and the family.
Is this guy an idiot? Yeah, dude, we know what happens. We know what happens. It's not, that's the thing that like I was thinking about this, talking about the deportation thing, where it was like, people are always like, well, if you're for a policy, you are super excited about it and you fully support everything. You don't, it's like, no, there's like nuance to everything, man. It's like, dude, don't get me wrong. Like, I think some of this deportation shit's rough, but like, I was hearing Dave Smith talk about it on Part of the Problem. He's like, it's one thing if there was like, it's one thing if there was like a bunch of Mexicans here. Cause it's like, first off, Mexicans get here and fucking do work and shit. I got no beef with Mexicans, but it'd be one thing if they were being so aggressive about like a bunch of, it's like, okay guys, like they're our neighbors to the south. It's logical they're here. Maybe chill the fuck out. It's not as big of a deal with that. It's like they're right next to us. You know what I mean? It's when it's like, dude, there's like Colombian people, and then there's like African immigrants, and there's like Chinese immigrants coming over the border and all this other shit. You're like, this shit's like fucking weird, and it's not natural, and it's like this type of people flooding over the border. So it's like something's got to be done about it. And there's not going to be a nice, clean, clear-cut way to get it done. And it's like, it's the same thing with this abortion shit. When you're talking to people about the conversation is like, yo, let's find out when the fucking shit's a baby. Because you're like, you're doing this whole fucking thing like they're just meanies. They're just meanies who don't, you're like, yeah, no, we know about all this. We're just saying it's, and I'm speaking for anti-abortion people. They're like, yeah, dickhead, we know all this shit. We're just saying it's like alive and you can't kill it, But yeah, I don't know. Also, there is a fuck ton of pro-abortion people that are like, yeah, when it's the mother's health, like let her pick. There's a shit ton of people who are like that, and it's disingenuous to express it that way.
Own that decision. Government has no.
All right, I'm going to take executive order. I want to see what RFK has to say. I don't care what these people are going to say at him.
Over 100 million birds. The sign.
Kennedy, I look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're adjourned.
Oh, I thought he was going to have... Damn, that kind of goes hard. Hell yeah. All right, there we go. That was exhausting. Where is my... Do I have my Twitter up? Here, let me just go to Twitter. And it's Twitter. It'll always be Twitter. Give me 2 seconds and let me piss, guys. So... Fucked up, yeah. You know, you can watch horror movies, but like real horror. Oh yeah, there's nothing. There's nothing that can replace the actual like shrieks of real pain. It's like wow. Yeah. Cause you know there's like actual pain behind it. That fucked me up a little bit. Yeah. That's why you don't watch. That's why you try to avoid videos of people dying. I wish I didn't do that. Oh man. My grandpa was born in Mexico and hated illegal. My grandpa was born in Mexico and hated illegal Mexicans. He called them beaners. He was made racist from remarks against all types of people, though. He had a diverse friend group. Yeah, usually people with like diverse friends groups say the most racist shit. Because it's like, it's awkward to say racist shit about people you never really like been around. You know what I mean? And then when you're around them, you're like, no, I'm not. Yeah, this comes off racist, but I'm not just like blindly being racist. Like I'm dehumanizing them. I'm like, no, I was just around them and they do this thing. My other grandpa, Serbian, was born in Yugoslavia. Both grandfathers worked together. A Mexican grandpa called Serbian grandpa a flathead. Well, that rules. He was a Mexican Mormon. Ted, what's up, brother? Yeah, I don't know, dude. It's like, it's really weird. Well, the immigration and deportation thing, kind of like drives me crazy because you're just like, yeah, dude, it's not, I think most people who are for the deportations, they're not like anti-immigrant because it's like, and I think that's sort of like a straw man where it's like they think it's like some xenophobic thing. And you're like, no, I think most of the people, they're like, yeah, no, I got non-white friends. Or not even non-white. I have immigrant friends. And like, they probably go to a business that's immigrant owned and that business fucking rules. You know what I mean? I was joking yesterday. It's like, shout out to the bros running 7-Eleven. You're the reason I got fucking, we were making lasagna on Christmas Day and we forgot to buy tinfoil. I got the lasagna. You know what I mean? And every time I need to fucking overeat Hostess snack cakes, you're always there ready for me. It's like, dude, you know what I mean? Like, I don't mean to immediately be the fat guy and go to food, but it's like, dude, all the food, like all my favorite foods are directly associated to immigrants. And then it's like, not even food, like I'll be straight up. If I walk into the dentist or the doctor's office and I see like a white person, I go, no. Give me a goddamn Indian or a goddamn Asian. I'm not having a homegrown whites work on my body. I'm having a fucking off the boat immigrant do this goddamn surgery, dude. You know what so it's like, it's not an immigrant. And I feel like most people, it's just, brother, like with all I was saying it before, it's like, it's not like it's just Mexicans coming over the border. It's fucking everyone. And I get it. Like like we probably bombed your country, but like, you know, I'm sorry, dog. Like we can't just let like 5 to 10,000 of you, probably more. We can't let millions of you in here over the year and then just let you fucking, you know, like leech off the system. It's just like, dude, I'm sorry. Like that's just not a feasible. That's not gonna work. No other country, like, and that's the other part that like drives me the most crazy is I'm just like, dude, no other country puts up with shit like this, and they don't get shit for it. Like so many countries, it's not just like white. It's not just white countries. There's a lot of like Asian countries that like the immigration process is really strict, and it's just everyone's just like, yeah, it's just how they are. But like we're not allowed to be like, yo, everyone just can't flood in. It's like, dude, and like that's the thing, like, yo, I'm sorry, because here's the reality. It's like, yo, I'm sorry the last guy let you come in under false pretenses, but I mean, you can't be here, dude. It's like you're not allowed here. It's like, you know, it's like if you snuck into a fucking Costco and got caught. They're like, dude, it's nothing personal. You just don't have a fucking membership. You don't have a membership. You're not allowed to be in here. It's like that JD Vance interview I wanted to watch. But actually, I wanted to watch. I bookmarked some shit with Bernie and RFK that I wanted to check. Excuse me. I bookmarked some shit with Bernie and RFK I wanted to check out because it looked very funny. Here, wait, is Bernie Sanders still trending? Because it looked like Bernie Sanders was being a whole dork. Oh yeah, what's this? Senator Bernie Sanders screaming, "Are you supportive of the onesie?" Bernie Sanders, he sucks. What is this?
Are you supportive of these onesies?
I'm supportive of vaccines.
Are you supportive of this clothing, which is militantly anti-vaccine?
I am supportive of vaccines. I will. I want good science, and I want to protect.
But you will not tell. Are you?
That's so funny. That like this is what like bullshit like this brings people to, where it's like it's like, why do I have a video of Bernie Sanders going, "Are you supportive of these onesies?" Like, dog, it's funny. I don't know what to say. Here's the longer clip.
Little things. They are selling what's called onesies. These are little things, clothing for babies. One of them is titled "Unfaxed, Unafraid." Next one, and they're sold for $26 a piece, by the way. Next.
That's the most Jewish thing ever.
One is no vax.
Such a funny old Jewish man thing to like, just $26 a piece. That's not a good deal. It's not a good deal. I'm trying to buy a onesie. I'm spending $26. It's a baby. It's gonna grow out of it right away. What the hell? So funny. Bernie.
One of them is titled "Unfaxed, Unafraid." Next one, and they're sold for $26 a piece, by the way. Next one is no vax, no problem.
What? Anyway,
now you come.
I'll let him finish, but this just feels like, I could be wrong, but this just feels like what, like, can you guys just stop? Like, just argue the point. RFK says, "I believe A, B, and C," and just argue why A, B, and C are wrong. Not this whole, like, can you believe he's doing this? This whole, like, because you don't have a fucking point. Because everything RFK says is reasonable. He might not be right about everything, but everything he says is reasonable. So this whole fucking, like, You know what? I really should let it finish. I'm getting preemptively grumpy, even though I'm sure I'm going to stay grumpy. But
Coming before this committee and you say you're pro-vaccine. Just want to ask some questions. And yet your organization is making money selling a child's product to parents for $26, which casts fundamental doubt on the usefulness of vaccines.
wow, it actually got insane. Who would have guessed? Damn it. I'm only 30 seconds in. There's so much to say about this. This whole, that's the other thing, by the way. I always say, whenever you argue, and I don't think, it's not always leftist, but it is a lot of time leftist. It's whenever you argue with them, and I said it earlier, they very quickly cannot understand analogies. They just decide, when it's time to argue with a leftist and you're making good points, leftists immediately just forget how analogies work. And then they forget how comedy works. You're like, it's a joke. It's a joke. You know what I mean? He's being silly. You get there, you understand their viewpoint. You understand their viewpoint, and it's brother, I'm not no one. I don't, I listen to smarter people say shit, and then I repeat what they say. I'm no one, dude. I've read a little bit of things. I can read a little bit, and even I've read with minimal research. He goes, I'm not anti-vaccines. We need to look at all these vaccines we give ourselves. And that's a reasonable sense. That's a reasonable stance, is what I meant to say. This whole thing, it's all RFK is saying is, RFK Jr. is saying is, not all these vaccines are great. Dude, you could know nothing about vaccines, but what is it? We give our kids 20 to 30 vaccines, just out of the gate. Doesn't that just seem like a fucking lot? Just on its face, you go, wait, they need that many to not get sick? Huh. Interesting. It's I'm not saying he's right about everything, but he's a very reasonable man.
Can you tell us now that you will, now that you are pro-vaccine, that you're going to have your organization take these products off the market?
This is also, too, just a very, very bitchy, cunty, mean girl tactic where you're agree that you'll do the no, he's not gonna, you're trying to bitch him up. Be honest about that. You're trying to bitch him up. What a fucking pussy Bernie is.
Senator, I have no power over that organization. I'm not part of it. I resigned from the board.
That was just a few months ago. You founded that. You certainly have power. You can make that call.
That's so funny, too, how quickly RFK is just, throwing out there, hey, just to be clear, a lot of what you're saying is inaccurate. I actually don't work there. I nearly had a nosebleed hearing how Russ Throat Bobby got questioned.
Are you supportive of this?
I've had nothing to do with
leadership. Are you
leadership.
supportive of these onesies?
I'm supportive of vaccines.
Are you supportive of this clothing, which is militant?
And also, what sort of the moment RFK's in, Bobby, sort of the moment Bobby's in right now, is people need to realize when someone's being so clearly oh, dude, this bitch back here knows he's being a goofy retard. That smirk right there is so funny. But sort of this moment represents is if someone's being genuine with you, you should argue the point. If someone disagrees with you and they're being an honest actor, you should 1000% argue the point. But Bernie's clearly being it's dude, what are we talking about? Onesies? You want him to disavow a onesie? This is a waste of time, retarded bullshit. Who gives a fuck, Bernie? You're wasting time. You're trying to grandstand, because this is what Bernie does. He doesn't really do anything. He just says shit and does because everyone always goes oh, Bernie Sanders, he was at the protest back in the day. You're yeah, because that's what he does. He just says things that sound nice. He doesn't fucking do anything. I'm not saying he doesn't do anything, but like obviously he does shit, but like he doesn't do much of anything of substance. He just kind of like says shit and he says stuff. And so Bernie just needs to keep having these moments where he looks good so he can get reelected, because he can't get a real job. He's never had a real job. He was writing, like, before he got elected in his 40s, he was writing weird erotic novels and doing random jobs that he just couldn't keep because he can't keep, because he's a socialist. He can't keep a real job. He's a loser. So when you're a loser, the only job you can have is a government job where it's hard for you to get fired, and the way to get rehired is by tricking people into thinking you're worth having around. Bernie Y. Sanders, that's very funny.
Anti-vaccine.
I am supportive of vaccines. I will.
But yeah, when someone's just being, like, he's just being a retard, you don't have to, like, I don't know. I guess it's like when someone's being disingenuous, don't like play their game. Because what Bobby's like his dismissive laughter is doing more than if he like genuinely argued the point.
I want good science, and I want to protect.
But you will not tell the organization you founded not to continue selling that product. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you so much, Mr.
God, I wish so bad Bobby was just like, it's a joke, dude. It's like the episode of The Office when everyone's making fun of Michael about, oh, prison seems so much better than working in this office. And he's being all like sad about it. And then at one point, Toby's talking to him and he's like, Michael, they're teasing you. They're just being, obviously they don't, what is this? If you would just get up and teach instead of handing them a freaking packet, yo. Oh, dude, I hated that video. I don't know if you guys remember that. It was this like long-haired kid making a big grant. You're like, dude, shut the fuck up. Just take the class. You're not changing it. I mean, I guess people could say that shit to me too. Whatever. Anyway, I don't even know if you guys know that clip I'm talking about. But what else was I gonna say? I got distracted by that t-shirt. Yeah, let's see this. This looked interesting. Nancy the Babe Mace posted this. Watched it live. Only time I've ever watched a confirmation. Redskin Warren was being reasonable about not being involved in the revolving door industry of politician to CEO and not profiting for 4 years, but she became cunty as fuck and started getting emotional because biology of a cunt. That's a very funny way to put it. Yeah, she I was hearing they were talking about that on Part of the Problem, where one of the last dudes they were doing the confirmation for, she was talking about like, yo, you're not gonna like, basically what you just said, you're not gonna do that and then leave and get a nice cushy job and get like big fat checks because of like all this other shit. And then everyone was like, Elizabeth Warren's being a fucking dumb bitch, and you're like, no, she's actually making like a decent point. I mean, she is a dumb bitch, but right now she's making a decent point. I hope RFK JR strangleholds that on. That's so funny. But yeah, Nance the Babe Mace. We gotta figure out a more clever name for her. Speaking of shills, Senator Warren raked over. Okay, so Senator Warner called out Bobby.
So let's do a quick count here of how, as Secretary of HHS, if you get confirmed, you could influence every one of those lawsuits. Well, let me start the list. You could publish your anti-vaccine conspiracies, but this time on U.S. government letterhead, something a jury might be impressed by. You could appoint people to the CDC vaccine panel who share your anti-vax views and let them do your dirty work. You could tell the CDC vaccine panel to remove a particular vaccine from the vaccine schedule. You could remove vaccines from special compensation programs, which would open up manufacturers to mass torts. You could make more injuries eligible for compensation.
This is incredibly stupid. People, and not to just keep bringing up Dave, but he's a very smart guy, so I listen to him a lot. But he made this point too. I gotta give him credit. Can't act like it's my own opinion. Or can't act like it's my own organic opinion. Gotta give credit where it fucking stemmed from. But he made a point where it's like, always remember, and here's the thing, I think if like all these people weren't like bought and paid for, or they're like, you know, they got blackmail or whatever reason, like everyone always defaults to these people are genuinely fucking stupid. I think it's like they're lying. Now, I mean, she's lying and being disingenuous, and you know, she's a shill. And now you could argue she's stupid with her tactics. Her tactics are stupid. There is that, so that's fair. But I would also say, like, it's not even necessarily that they're stupid. It's that they're, like, bought and paid for, so they have to lie. So there's a huge incentive. Sometimes when you're just lying and being disingenuous, it comes off as stupid, when in actuality it's like, this is all I can do. But, like, this right here... So it's like they're not necessarily stupid, but a lot of them also are fucking stupid. Because I just think with this moment right here, she's literally just going like, here's a bunch of really bad things that he could do. And the irony of it is, well, one, he's probably not gonna. And two, the ultimate irony is like, you're actually pointing out why the government has too much power. Because of like all this shit, if he could legitimately do it, then we need to have a conversation of like, hey, why is he able to do all that? You know, that seems crazy. Maybe the government's too big.
And even if there is no causal evidence, you could change vaccine court processes to make it easier to bring junk lawsuits. You could turn over FDA data to your friends at the law firm, and they could use it however it benefited them. You could change vaccine labeling. You could change vaccine information rules. You could change which claims are compensated in the vaccine injury compensation program. There's a lot of ways that you can influence those future lawsuits and pending lawsuits while you are Secretary of HHS. And I'm asking you to commit right now that you will not take a financial stake in every one of those lawsuits, so that what you do as Secretary will also benefit you financially down the line.
I'll comply with all the ethical guidelines.
That's not the question. You have said
You're asking me, Senator, you're asking me not to sue vaccine pharmaceutical companies. Yeah, you are. That's exactly what you're doing.
Health. Look, no one should be fooled here.
I'd really like to see the full clip of that, actually. That looked interesting. But wait, what's she saying? Speaking of shills, Senator Warren raked in over $5.2 million from Big Pharma and the medical industrial complex. Top industries, federal elections, data for Elizabeth Warren 2020 cycle. This page shows contributions sorted by industry to the candidate's campaign committee, plus any super PACs or hybrid PACs working on his or her behalf. Okay. So she got a bunch of money. Stupid bitch. Dumb bitch. I'd like to see if there's actually a longer video of that exchange.
Not to sue vaccine pharmaceutical.
Dude. I try not to, because I think sometimes I feel sympathy, because I'm definitely a guy sometimes, but you guys have witnessed me on podcasts. I may get a little bit what's the word, uncouth? I don't know. I just like, you know, I may get a little passionate and look a little silly with how I'm yelling about stuff. It is always better to keep your cool. And I do have sympathy for people, because, you know, I'm a guy who's like, I get a little angry. I get a little worked up. I have a tendency to not keep my cool in moments like this. But like, you do gotta, at the same time, you do gotta be self-aware of like how you come off. And this is just like, she just seems like for lack of, you just seem like a person who's being emotional. That's the thing. You're not throwing out a good argument. You're just being emotional.
You have said
You're asking me, Senator, you're asking me not to sue vaccine pharmaceutical companies. Yeah, you are. That's exactly what you're doing.
Look.
Okay. Can all political people do me a huge favor and don't step in the ring of comedy, please.
drug companies. Will you agree not to do that?
You're asking me to not sue drug companies,
No,
and I'm
you
not
can
going to agree
sue
to that,
drug
Senator.
companies as much as you want.
I'm not going to agree to not sue drug companies or anybody.
So let's do a quick count here of how, as Secretary of HHS, if you get confirmed, you could influence every one of those lawsuits. Well, let me start the list. You could publish your anti-vaccine conspiracies, but this time on U.S. government letterhead, something a jury might be impressed by. You could appoint people
I don't
to the
understand that.
CDC vaccine panel who share your anti-vaccine
Okay, we saw that part already.
lawsuits and pending lawsuits that you do as secretary will.
You mean, Senator, you're asking me not to sue vaccine pharmaceutical
I am
companies.
Not. My
Yeah, you
question
are.
is stop
That's exactly
enriching
what you're doing.
health. Look, no one should be fooled here. As
fought
Secretary
from-
of HHS, Robert Kennedy will have the power to undercut vaccines and vaccine manufacturing across our country. And for all of his talk about follow the science and his promise that he won't interfere with those of us who want to vaccinate his kids, the bottom line is the same. Kennedy can kill off access to vaccines and make millions of dollars while he does it. Kids might die, but Robert Kennedy can keep cashing in.
Senator, I support vaccines. I support the childhood schedule. I will do that. The only thing I want is good science, and that's it.
How about then say you won't make money off what you do as Secretary of HHS?
Yeah, okay, so that's funny. That's funny having a senator say that, because it's like, you're also, how about you do that with everything then, dickhead? Bobby's second interview with Dave where he froze for a few seconds. Dude, like 8 seconds. Or maybe pause. I don't know if it's on. Yeah, this was crazy.
The level of Israeli influence in our politics here in the United States of America.
Oh wait, here's the whole thing. Sorry, I didn't realize how crucial the first second of it was.
Do you have concerns about the level of Israeli influence in our politics here in the United States of America?
Hey, wait, right there. Okay, so where does he finish it?
Our politics here in the United States of America.
All right. Sorry, guys. I'm like fighting off a cold. 11 seconds.
I don't know.
So literally like 5 seconds. Well, he doesn't really start talking for another second, so you could even say 6 or 7 seconds. That pause is crazy. And props to Dave for just sitting in the moment, because that would have actually not been as impactful if he would have been like, you know, gotten uncomfortable and started filling in the fucking moment and all this and that. You know what I mean? So props to Dave for like sitting in that moment. And yeah.
No, I mean, I don't know. I'm not a politician in political office, so I don't see much of that.
Do you have concerns about?
Yeah, that was brutal. But yeah, I don't know. I'm mixed about, like, if you're really good on a lot of other stuff, it's like, yeah, dude, most politicians are bad on Israel, so I'm not happy about it, but I'll take it. If that makes any sense. Like, Vivek's pretty bad on Israel. He's actually the best he's the best of the guys who are bad on Israel. But you're like, he's amazing on a lot of other shit. So I just take. I guess he's technically not a politician, but he basically is. It feels like he's gonna be. So Female politicians need a Stephen Hawking computer to convey their statements. Their emotions are overbearing. Every politician needs to be a genuinely random Kill Tony bucket poll and start their own podcast sponsored by a veteran-owned butt plug company. That'd be fun. That'd be a real fun time. What else did I want to bring up? There was other shit with this RFK thing I wanted to look at. So I saw, what is this? Is this being racist? Oh, is this the fucking, who is it? Oh, I thought that was, Doomsday Clock ticks forward again, closer than ever to midnight, probably of global disaster. Yeah. Seems like that's happening a lot. Oh yeah, I wanted to see this. Alex Jones posted this. I guess RFK said something about measles that was interesting. Or wait. Yeah, the measles vaccine.
Called The Measles Book, you wrote promoting junk science. In 2021, in a book called The Measles Book, you wrote that parents had been, quote, misled into believing that measles is a deadly disease and that measles vaccines are necessary, safe.
Vivek went on Aiden Ross. I saw that. I thought that was interesting. Aiden Ross is kind of a little dummy, but he has good instincts. So I don't get mad at him. He has good instincts to like what's the more interesting. Yo, who wants an Aiden Ross link? That was crazy. Oh, interesting.
Wait, hold on. Let me pull it up for you really, really quick. Sorry, this, I don't even know what that is. That right there? Did you prefer me to stay?
A lot of people are asking about the APAC.
What is that?
Ask about APAC. Oh, this guy keeps going. Ask him. Yeah, so APAC is basically a PAC. Oh, it was a PAC. It's like a political donation group. But APAC is a particular political donation group that supports the cause of Israel in the United States.
You know why Aiden Ross is funny too? Because like some of the best interviewers like trick you into thinking they're not that smart. Like Rogan and Tucker are a great example. If you don't like watch their shit and like pay attention, you could easily kind of go like, oh, they don't know. Look, like if you hear how they sort of ask questions and respond to them and stuff, you would someone not paying attention could misconstrue them as being like uninformed or whatever. And it's like, no, they're both very informed. It's their interview style. They're smart about how they interview people. Is they kind of play dumb. And they'll bring up something and they'll be like, what's that about? Now they have their whole opinion about it. They have like their whole thought out opinion about it. But in the moment, they like get other people to get at it. So it's very smart. Because then you have someone else having to, Rogan was doing it a bunch during the Zuckerberg interview. Because it's a smart interview tactic because it keeps your interviewee calm, relaxed, and because the friendlier the environment, this is what I meant to talk about this before, but this is what people don't understand about Rogan's interview style is like, oh, Rogan's just being nice to all these awful people. And it's like, well, first off, they're coming over to your place. Oh no, I picked up a scab and it's bloody. So first off, it's like they're coming over to his place. He wants them there for like 3 fucking hours, and I'm sure they'll be there for a minute or so after the podcast. So that's probably like if I think the Rogan Zuckerberg pod was probably like 3 hours, I'm guessing. So modest estimate, Zuckerberg's probably there for 250. Zuckerberg's probably there for like 3.5, 4 hours total. Because I guarantee you he gives them a little tour. They do a little thing. They talk for a little bit. Yada, yada, yada. So it's like, okay, literally think about it from a standpoint of like inviting someone over to your house. Just for like a party. Say you got that one friend where you're like, yeah, I've been wanting to talk to him about how he treats his girlfriend. And he's coming over and like, or say you're like in a car ride with him. And yeah, because they could just easily leave your house party. Say you're in a car ride with them and you're like, you're like 4 hours into an 8-hour car ride. So you like gotta keep going. You can't turn around. You just wasted 4 hours. And like you want to broach your friend with this like some uncomfortable topic. you're not going to be like, yo, dude, I think you're a fucking bitch. Because first off, they're like, well, they're just not going to respond well to that. So you're going to approach the topic in like a soft way, where they'll listen to you more and be more vulnerable and be more, and not immediately put their walls up and shit. So shit like that's going to happen. And that's like a similar thing that's happening with Rogan interviews. He wants them to be vulnerable and open. So like, that's why he approaches them in a nice manner. And then it's like, dude, you saw it. There was this clip where he's so smart. He's so smart, not to like fucking glaze Rogan, but I'm in Austin. He's got the whole city wiretapped. Hey, Bobby Beanstack, big man Blastoise, without a doubt. Here. I feel like this will... There we go. The way Mark Zuckerberg... Hell yeah. Royce resharing everything, acting like he found it. Shout out Royce. Now, all respect to Royce. He got me a shit ton of followers when I was no one, because him and whoever the hell he's with. What's Mersh? That's right. They were talking about me. Anyway, sorry. Royce just does a lot of clickbait. He's a chill dude, but he does so much clickbait. It's hilarious. The way Mark Zuckerberg talks on Rogan, you would think he was a freedom fighter and not the guy who let people's babies' photos be... Oh, wait, no. Where's the thing about bow hunting? Because the thing he does about bow hunting... Is this it?
This is where meat comes from.
Yeah.
And
Although my favorite is bow and arrow.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. He talks about doing bow and arrow. And just like clearly lies about it. But watch how Rogan goes. Rogan doesn't go, you're clearly lying. You're a liar. Watch how he responds to him.
This is where meat comes from.
Yeah. Although my favorite is bow and arrow.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's, I think, like the most... That feels like the most kind of sporting version of it.
Yeah, if you want to put it that way.
And you just kind of go and hang out. And
and you have to be fit.
Yeah.
Especially if you're mountain hunting.
And then actually carry the thing out.
Yeah, and carry the thing out.
Yeah, no, I mostly use a rifle just because it's so much more efficient. Your conversion rate is so much higher. But it's...
What kind of bow do you have?
Gosh. I didn't get to do it this season, but...
Do you know the company that makes it?
Not off the top of my head. I have a few.
You have to know.
Yeah, no, this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing.
Do you know how old it is?
No, it's not old.
Okay.
I think it's like a...
Did you get someone to coach you?
Yeah.
Who coached you?
It's basically a bunch of the guys who
This is where meat comes from.
So that clip is a little edited, but it still gets across the point I was trying to make. He's clearly lying. Oh, this was very funny, by the way. I was like, screw you, government. You can't tell me what to do. But then I did do what they told me to do. And then I mandated everyone at my company get the shot. And then I donated $400 million to help get Biden elected. But rest assured, the whole time I was doing it out of protest. So, like, that's clearly a little edited. But it gets across. It's still sort of what I was saying still gets across on it. Yeah, that was insanely uncomfortable. But, like, you see how Rogan's smart about it? He doesn't go like, oh, I think you're... He like, no. What do you mean? Like, dude, it was funny. It was like my roommate in college would do this thing all the time, and I picked this up from him because it's like when I've learned that, like, you know when you're like talking to someone and you think they're bullshitting, but you don't have actual proof? Dude, literally just let them hang themselves and just let them talk. Because, like, I remember... one time what the fuck was it? I had some opinion about some TV show, and I just kind of like, without thinking too much about the opinion, I just like was like blah, 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 whatever. I forget what the fuck it was. I was like shitting on How I Met Your Mother or something, which is a bad show, but I'll watch every goddamn episode of that dog shit show. It's just the format is very satisfying. I love watching shitty sitcoms. I love it so much. But I remember I said my just flagrant statement, and he goes, what do you mean by that, champ? And then it was like, no. Explain what you're saying. And then it's like, it's like that tactic where you kind of like lull them into this false sense of security, keep them vulnerable. And like, we've all been there. you know, like we've all been there where you kind of accidentally make a statement that you're like, I may not know for sure about this as much as I'm claiming, but it's because you're in a safe environment where you know people aren't going to check you. And that's what Rogan does. Rogan interviews them in a way where they feel like they're not going to get checked. And then he keeps, and that's when you start bullshitting a little bit more and just kind of like making shit up or just being a little bit flagrant about stuff. And so that's how he got him there. And the comparison I was going to make to Aiden Ross is the irony of it. So that's why people will look at Rogan and go like, oh, he's dumb. It's like, no. He's playing coy. And it's the same thing they do to Tucker, because Tucker will have a whole interview where he's like, he'll like bring up something and he'll go, what's that about? What's that about? And it's smart because it's shit that he can't prove. It's that kind of shit you can't prove. And it's smart, especially because Tucker got sued or Fox News because of Tucker. Fox News got sued because Tucker was talking about the voting machines and shit. And I'm guessing a lot of that was bullshit, but I think it all started because Tucker was being a little fast and loose about how he was referring to the voting machines. I think they got him on like a technicality or whatever. I don't know. I didn't get deep into that, but it all seemed bullshit. Either way, so like, and I wonder if he does it more now, but like if you listen to Tucker's podcast, I'm back, cooled off, hell yeah. If you see Tucker's podcast, he plays dumb a lot of times. And it's like, you know, he has a pat, because it's like, watch his speeches. When Tucker does a big speech or he's being interviewed, he's a little bit more, he's a little more direct and concise about stuff when he's being interviewed. But when he's interviewing a guy, that's because like, and I think Rogan's the same way. I think both of their egos are kind of in check. They don't need to be the fucking star of the moment. They know when it's smart to like sit back in the cut and let their guest talk. And also, both of them talk a lot every fucking day, so they're probably ecstatic to have a guest. But once again, the analogy I was going to make with Vivek or Aiden Ross specifically, Aiden Ross actually ends up doing the same thing, but I don't think it's because I think it's because Aiden Ross is I don't want to call him dumb, because it's like, I don't know. I don't think you get this sort of big and influential just because you're just a dumb guy. I think he's unapologetically uninformed. Like, he's not a dumb guy, but he clearly does not spend any time to be informed about the world. So I think he's genuinely being like, wait, what is AIPAC? What is that? Why do I hear people? Because his benefit is he comes off curious, and he seems to know how to do an interview pretty well.
Yeah, so AIPAC is basically a PAC. Oh, it was a PAC. It's like a political donation group. But AIPAC is a particular political donation group that supports the cause of Israel in the United States.
Oh, okay.
So they're saying, ask about AIPAC. And I think that probably what they mean is like, what's the influence of AIPAC on our politics? Here's the truth.
Yeah. They're asking this one thing, and I don't really know.
Why would you cut it off at his answer?
Person is the person who's actually able to speak his mind.
Of course.
And actually be able to.
$100
No, it doesn't even make any sense.
It doesn't.
It doesn't make
No,
any sense.
this is none of my business, but like, what's your net worth? I'm sorry.
Not $1 billion. I'm like a poor billionaire.
You're a billionaire?
I only have one.
What?
I don't have like multiple billions. I only got
You have
one.
$1 billion.
Yeah.
What? That's crazy. Okay, congrats.
There's a lot of people have a lot more than that, but you know.
Congrats, though.
Thanks. I
You're a
appreciate it.
billionaire, and like you say what you like, and
Yeah, I mean, my view is if the funniest thing is some of the people who are the most scared of sharing their beliefs are actually billionaires. At least
really?
until about maybe a year ago. That was definitely true in America.
Yeah.
And my view is, what's the point of having $1 billion if you can't even speak your mind?
That's true.
The true free person is the person who's actually able to speak his mind.
Of course.
That's that's like one of the what was that? Wait, is this an actual music video? Oh wait, I don't want to get got on the fucking music. Yeah, I saw a video. He's a douche sports video game player, but still a game. Yeah, I saw that. He got big on playing 2K and shit. Yeah, he said that, yeah. The parodies of Tucker in different Skyrim villages, regions, taking as if in Moscow, so I'm in black with Black Witch, home of the thieves, yet claim to be a civil city. But the Khalid are everywhere offering to sell skooma. What gives? That's like, doesn't Nick Mullen have Nick Mullen has like the funniest Tucker impression.
There's naked pictures. This isn't a joke. There's naked pictures of me all over the internet. Like what you see? I hope you do, because there's plenty more where that came from. What is going on? Who's jacking off to this? It's not me. Maybe it's you. Maybe it's your family. This
Quality.
Pills to turn me into a girl. I'm a girl. I'm wearing girls' clothes, and I'm taking pills to turn me into a girl. Now I'm growing breasts.
When did that start?
Yeah. When did my penis fall off and now I have a pussy?
Used to be. I had a penis.
It used to be I had a cock and I could stand up when I pissed. Not anymore. Not if the Democrats have their way. What is going on?
Why am I turning trans? That would be awesome if he was like, I am turning into a woman because of the Democrats.
Imagine you're peeing and your penis falls off and then you have to sit down to finish the pee. Sound crazy? Nope. It's real.
It happened to me.
And it's happening to me. It happened to me this morning.
Tucker Skyrim. Who am I? Who am I? Am I even real? Oh yeah, Mullen on Destiny was good. They didn't really like get into it, right? I watched a lot of it. I want to finish it. It was actually great. It made me it made me not that I was never anti Mullen. I always thought Mullen was a super funny dude, but I was like, oh yeah, he's like a deeper guy than I realized. Than I probably give him credit for. Well, Tucker, to explain the situation in Skyrim, we need more historical context. It started in the Dawn era when the realm of Mundus was first created by Lorcan, who, with the oh, that's Putin. I'm sorry, I don't know Skyrim, so none of this is going to make sense to me. Come Down clips are a good time. I'll be straight up about that. I didn't really I listened to the podcast a little bit back in the day. But I was like, the clips are where it at. 10 to 20 minutes at a clip is when they're at the prime. Destiny recorded their gay sex? Yeah, probably. What else were you guys saying before? Oh yeah, you were talking about the Zuckerberg thing. Back in Houston, all the Indian dudes wanted to be cool with either white fratty bro guys or be cool with hood criminal black guys because they know their genuine selves and culture are more boring and more goofy than some milquetoast Protestant, as well as being, Jesus Christ, Filipino could fit in well with white bros and black dudes. The dots could never. You're crazy, Sloth. You're a crazy racist guy. Want to see something wild involving another California lesbo in a position of power that completely dropped the ball at her job? Absolutely. Well, it's more of a case of corruption than being bad at a job. Well, arguably still being technically bad at your job, but is a different thing. Hey, yeah, bring up that clip, Buster. Buster Yeeks, bust that clip out, Buster.
Safe and effective. The reality is measles are in fact deadly and highly contagious.
I feel this is how impressive RFK is people. He's got the crazy voice and people still take him seriously. I feel so bad. Hey, did someone subscribe? Oh yeah, Jesus did yesterday. Cuz it says 18 and I thought it was 17. Maybe it updated itself. If someone subscribed when I wasn't paying attention, thank you. I appreciate that. And yeah, if you would like to subscribe, please consider subscribing. It's makes me very happy, and it should make you happy to make me happy. And if you don't want to subscribe on Twitch, YouTube's a good place to subscribe. I stream here a lot. I post a shit ton of videos, so there's always content for you. Always content for the bros.
something that you should have learned after your lives contributed to the deaths of 83 people.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, I feel bad for dudes with a lisp, cause like, you gotta like, there's a lot for me to take you seriously. It's a dumb guy instinct that I have, is to immediately be dismissive of a grown man with a lisp. It's not fair, but it's what happens, and I'm sorry.
People, most of them children, in a measles outbreak in Samoa. So my question here is, Mr. Kennedy, is measles deadly, yes or no?
The death
We're all a bunch of ginger lovers here. Hell yeah, I'd love to hear that shit, dude.
rate from measles historically in this country in 1963, the year before the introduction of the vaccine, was 1 in 10,000. Let me explain what happened in Samoa.
All right, good place to pause. Let's see what's going on here. This might be loud, I apologize.
Administrator, how much do you make? $242,000 a year. Can you describe what you do in one sentence? I oversee homeless programs for a very large nonprofit in the city of Los Angeles. That's a big role. And what's your biggest struggle in that job? Not enough housing, not enough housing, not enough housing.
All right, today we're going to expose this entire...
Oh, I know this guy. He pops up on 5149. I like this guy. And you know what? I like him a lot because I don't always... He's a guy who he's really good at diagnosing the problem, very bad at the prescription. Or I think. I don't know. Yeah, it is so funny. Like, there is some irony in like making $250,000 running. Like, don't get me wrong. If you're doing a lot of good work, I think you should be compensated fairly, whatever that means. It's like, yeah, okay, if you run a nonprofit homeless thing and you're doing good work, I'm not going to be mad that you have a nice house and you can pay all your bills and you got a couple extra bucks to do nice things. But it's just the irony of like making $250,000 running a homeless nonprofit. You're like, do you appreciate how insane that sentence is?
higher grift.
Because that's the thing too. It's like, if you have a business model where you can make money, it's one thing if you have a business model where you can like make money off of homeless people, and you're like, and you could be like, yo, $250,000 sounds high, but let me show you, this is how much money we take in, these are the results, this is what we do, this is like all the net benefit we've added to life. So that would make the amounts make a little bit more sense. When it's a nonprofit, you just get donations. When you just get donations, and then and there's like, it's not always very clear. There's not always a very clear way to assess your productivity in a nonprofit, I feel. And so it's like, no, you just kind of chose like, I'll make $250,000, which is not like a good amount, because like, I'm sure she could make a decent living for herself off of $100,000, or even $150,000. Like, you could take a substantially smaller paycheck and make a decent living off of it.
First, I dug around a little bit, and the nonprofit that she worked for is called LA Family Housing. And according to their...
So funny your name is Chris Freed, by the way, because I have a guy friend literally named Chris Freed.
IRS Form 990, they received $65 million in government grants last year. And you know how she talked about housing being so important? Well, this is what they're talking about. LA Family Housing is...
Also, the housing thing is kind of bullshit, by the way. Because, like, I'm not an expert on it, but I've seen shit where they've just given homeless people better housing. And you know what they do a lot of times? They don't take care of it, and it all goes to shit. It's not about housing. It's about they need to focus more on drug rehabilitation and assimilating back into... Because the thing is, like, homeless people are existing outside of like polite society. You need to assimilate them back into polite society and get them off drugs. You're not just like, it's not the fact that they don't have a house. It's that they're choosing to do drugs over try to live in a house. That's how they got homeless. Now, it's hard to get back in a house, but I'm saying they got homeless because they kept choosing drugs over a house and productive things. So just throwing them back inside of a house isn't going to do anything. It's just going to give them a nice house until they trash the place. You got to send them to rehab and get them off drugs.
Transforming a 1950s motel into apartments for supportive housing. But then you look at the price tag, $60 million for 41 apartments. $60 million. LA has a homeless population of over 75,000, and that's how they think $60 million of taxpayer money should be spent? That's either incompetence or gross negligence, and I'm thinking the latter. Because here's what I think the scheme is with all these affordable housing units that are popping up all over Los Angeles. It's a complete bait and switch scam. Because here's what's going on. The construction of affordable housing developments is subsidized by public funds. In exchange, rents are regulated by covenants, but these covenants carry an expiration date. And once a covenant expires...
Yo, can these like don't get me wrong, I appreciate his research and the way he's doing his video is great. All these lefty dudes who do shit like this, they look like they were toddlers that just turned into 30-year-olds really quickly.
A building's owner is not required to pay back any public funds. Rather, he is freed from all regulations which kept rents down, able to extract and hoard all future profits. And in the city of Los Angeles alone, there is an estimated 11,000 affordable housing units, which will convert to market rate within the next...
My problem is dudes like him will just read that and like they'll not look at the obvious problem, which is like, yeah, this is the nature of government. The nature of government is scamming the citizens to help out well-connected people. This is what happens. This isn't just like, oh, there's bad people in charge. It's like, this is what happens. And yeah, you just gotta make government smaller and let, free markets.
Next 5 years. So these massive public housing projects are nothing but a huge money laundering scheme between these real estate developers and these nonprofit administrators who are making monster salaries, and also politicians who I assume are getting kickbacks, allegedly. I mean, how else would you explain this insane statistic that LA is spending $837,000 to house a single homeless person? So I give these people two options. Either A, actually end homelessness, or B, we should demand to defund this whole boondoggle.
That's where I always go with like, they're so good at the fucking research, and then when when the dismount comes into play, he just goes, you got two options, Buster. One, end homelessness, which that's where people fuck up, by the way. That's why the war on drugs didn't work. The war on terrorism didn't work. And you're essentially you can't do a war on a concept, or is that the right word? You can't do a war on, a noun. Or no, is that no? I'm always bad at like the. Noun, yeah. Terrorism would be a noun, right? Yeah, okay. There we go. Yeah, you never want to do a war on a noun. Because, like, sorry, I thought it was going to be clever. And now I'm floundering. Because it's like an idea or a concept. Because it's like you're not going to get rid of. You got to realize, like, it's like when people say end racism, you got to go, that's not going to happen. And, people will get mad because you're being super autistic, but it's like, no, dude, having clarity to these things is important. Because it's like, when it goes like end homelessness, well, statistically, you will always have an amount of people being homeless. And so you need to identify why people are homeless and give resources. And you guys know me, I'm not for government but I'm like, dude, if we're gonna have a fucking government, and to like think about it in their lefty terms, it's like, no, we should have look at like real causes of homelessness. There's this weird thing because like lefties wanna just like they wanna act like landlords are the evilest guys in the world. And don't get me wrong, there's plenty of like fucked up shit that happens with them and shit like that. But like, I don't know, like, how are landlords any different from anyone who ever provides a service? They'll be like, like I forget the exact lingo they'll use, but they'll like talk about landlords like they're predatory. Or what am I trying to say? Like they talk about landlords like they don't. Oh yeah. They're always like landlords don't do anything. It's like, well, no, they do. You're just talking about a shitty landlord. I've had great landlords. You know what I mean? Like the lady, like we rent this house, and the lady, the people who run this shit, they're not perfect, but they've been fine. It was the same with our last apartment. The handyman they had wasn't the best, but they weren't great, but they were fine. And it's like any other like fucking business, but they'll be like, landlords don't do anything. And you're like, well, no, you just have a shitty landlord. Because you know what they do? You know how you don't have anywhere to live? Well, they have somewhere to live. So like you're not just owed a room from anyone. You know what I mean? People get confused because they look at these services that are very vital to your survival, but that's also part of like being a human being is like you have to figure out how to like provide those. It's not just a given that you should just be housed. It's like, no, dog, you got to figure out how to get a house. And these landlords have houses and you rent it. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's these like weird people that go like, they just get fucked up where they're like, they'll be like healthcare and water and, they'll be like healthcare and water and shelter. They're all human. No, they're not. You're not owed anything by existing. You know, it's the only thing you're owed should be like the freedom of movement and the ownership of your property. You know what I mean? Like, but you're not owed water because you exist. But it's like, no, but we should try to live our lives in a way where this stuff's like, like human beings should be working to like make this stuff easy access. Like that's what I was thinking. I don't know. And I could be talking about my ass with like the wildfire shit, but like people are talking about apartments a bunch now because like there was like a lot of people with the I was actually talking to fucking Shane about it when we went to SmackDown because I didn't hear about this, but like I didn't hear about this, but apparently a lot of because the rich people got their houses burned down and they had the money to like get apartments, so it's like all these rich people were like buying apartments and shit. And now because rich people are buying the apartments, a lot of the landlords are tripling the prices. So like rent is going fucking nuts right now, which is not necessarily like, you know, it's just a function of like it's a function of like an extreme thing happening, which was, you know, contrary to what some people think was, you know, definitely not helped by the way that the California government acted and shit like that. Definitely could have been more avoided. Like wildfires are just a given. Like they've been happening forever in California, and not just like in our lifetime forever, like forever. It's just a thing that happens in that area since forever. And it's like, yeah, but I do feel like I don't know the specifics on wildfire prevention, but like, you know, they could have had more water. There was definitely the ability to have more water, and I think there's like a process to like treat. There's there's a process to like treat the trees and stuff, so they are like, I think you just might water them and shit to make it harder for like so it's not as dry. And then there's also a thing like they I think they're called like burn patterns or some shit where they do these things where they actually like they do like controlled burns So I think when the fires actually happen, it helps guide them away from the houses. So it's like there was stuff you could have done. So let's not leave out like, you know, because it's always just like, ooh, evil private business owner. When it's like, the irony is like the private business owner is usually being quote unquote evil because the government's letting them do it, or it's a natural market response to something fucked up the government did. And that's kind of that's kind of like my point. I'm not saying it's not fucked up, because there does need to be a point where it's like, okay, I get it, guys. You can maximize profits right now, but like, have some goddamn humanity. You know what I mean? But also, there's, this guy's talking about how expensive it is to have house homeless. I'm sure if there was less regulation, they probably could have made a lot more apartments that these people could move into. But yeah, I don't know. People always act like there's a clear-cut solution. It's just like, no, dude, shit's going to suck ass for a minute. You know what I mean? You got to also accept at a certain point when shit like this happens, it's just going to suck ass. What was I saying, though? I was making a good point about the fires. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not, or like the landlord thing. There's just a lot of people where it's like a blatant, like, fuck landlords. And you're like, I don't know. I just shitted. Good for you, bro. Said a war on homelessness. Can there be a socioeconomic cleansing? Yeah, I don't know. My big thing with homelessness is like, can we stop? There's a lot of people like, they'll say unhoused. There's a lot like, this is why language is important. This is why language is important, and it's important to like know the definitions of words and have clear definitions of these words and shit like that. Because like, dude, something as simple as like, that's why honestly, like, vagrant was probably a better term. Because even like homeless is still a pretty good term, because it doesn't necessarily like the term unhoused. Unhoused has a huge implication. Like, they're owed a house. It's just they don't have it yet. Homelessness is kind of in the ballpark, but it doesn't really imply that kind of shit. But honestly, I can't spell. Those are probably funny. What they call homeless people in the 1800s? Outside N-words. No. Yeah, like, honestly, vagrant, tramps, hobos, beggars, paupers, bums, blind stiffs. Dude, that's so funny. I made the joke street N-words. They literally were called street Arabs. Brother, that's funny. But yeah, people get an allergy to shit like that because they're like, well, it's mean. And you're like, well, you should try not to be fucking homeless then. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, we should not be super, like, we should have compassion, but we shouldn't treat them with fucking kid gloves. Like, I think it's like little things like language, like something as simple as not calling them unhoused and calling them hobos or bums or vagrants, like, will put a stigma. And I don't know if it's like a huge percent, but like, if we all just started calling them vagrants over unhoused, you would see a noticeable difference in people being homeless or becoming homeless. Like I said, once you're homeless, and this is where I would almost like, I'm sure it would be more efficient in the free market, but if the government was like, okay, we're going to start this program to rehabilitate people and get them off drugs and assimilate them back into normal society, But no, like, so there's that, but like becoming homeless, like you would actually have a lot less people become homeless purely by how you like talking about it differently. A bunch of Aladdins is very funny. How can shelter be a human right? Above Abos lived in Australia for 10 to 20,000 years and all they managed to do is not starve, create didgeridoo and make cave paintings. It took reprobate criminal Scott Irish to make the first shelters in Australia. This reminds me of George Carlin's handicap bit. Hobos are guys who want to work but move around. Tramps are those who move around but put up with having to work to survive. Bums are just bum losers. There are categories. I love that you know the distinction, Slav. That's so funny. Pavement, Jesus Christ. Homeless aren't a classification for oppression. I was just acting like a liberal douche. Wait, were you? Oh, I see what you're saying, Dunbar. Kind of like fiction level evil to demoralize the needy. Kind of like fiction level evil to demoralize the needy. Well, see, that's the problem with the homeless shit is everyone categorizes them as like, everyone categorizes homeless people as just like needy people, and they are, but a lot of time, and it's a complex thing. This is like one element of it. I don't want to just gloss over the broad problem of homelessness, but that's the thing. It's not like a lot of people act like homeless people are just like, I've just gotten a bad shake at life. I just need a helping hand. And it's like, no, a lot of homeless people, and now I'm sympathetic because they succumb to the evil of drug addiction. But most homeless people are actively like, they got there because they chose drugs over a fucking house. And that's the reality of the situation. So it's like, I'm not demoralizing the needy. I'm kind of like, dude, I'm sorry, but there's just a lot of homeless people that got there because they kept choosing drugs and they kept choosing drugs and they were deciding to be a shitty person and everyone in their life was abandoning them. Because that's the other part about it. How do you get to a point where you don't have anywhere to stay? You know what I mean? Like if Steph left me, my wife, if Steph left me, like Nate would let me crash on his couch. Lemaire would let me crash on his couch. Fucking Shane would probably let me crash on his couch. Like I have a bunch of friends out here. And if that didn't work, I'd get a ticket home and I'd go live with my parents for a while. And if that didn't work, I'd go live with my brother. And if that didn't work, I'd hit up my friend Pat and he'd probably let me live in his bed. Like I could do this for a while. Like if I was in a desperate moment, I have a long list of people that would let me crash on their couch and I could get a job and I could fucking get an apartment, a shitty little apartment in some area. You know what I'm saying? It's like, now add to that, like, I'd let you crash my car. And that's why, that's why we're true bros, Buster. But that's, so I have a long, like pure and simple, I have a long list of friends that would let me crash on their couch or their basement for a little bit while I got back on my feet. So now, that's a lot of people. So now take all that away. And now, because here's the thing, if I had no one that would let me stay, I have enough money that I could put like a down payment on a shitty apartment or rent a cheap little room and I could easily go get a job. Now, take out the ability to easily go get a job or take out the want or energy to go get a job. Now take out the fact that I don't have any fucking money. It's just like, so like you got to realize like you're getting yourself to, and now don't get me wrong. I think a lot of homeless people have had tough upbringings. They've had mental illness. They have had a bad shake at life, but like, and I'm not shitting on them for this, but homelessness is indicative of like giving up and shit. And there needs to be an element of you. I don't want to sound like you need to like pick yourself up and do that. Now, once again, I said this before, but I'll say it again. When you're actually home, like I think becoming homeless, it's because you fucking 9 times out of 10 it's because you fucking suck ass and you chose getting high over being a productive citizen. Now, I do think your life becomes so filled with despair and all this when you are homeless, you like be like, what's the fucking point? You keep doing that. I would say I would really love it if our government could set up shit that could help homeless people, like whatever it is, like work program and housing situations and shit like that, that could help homeless people that actively want to get out of it. You know, I wish there was a better option, because I think there could be, where you could set up these like, dude, and I've seen it before. Like I've had friends who live in those buildings where it's like, you know, it's just a bunch of rooms and then each floor gets like a bathroom and a shower. And you can cram like 30 people into like a moderately, like a small building. You know what I mean? And they all get their own room and shit like that. You could set this shit up where it's like, you can have this apartment if you pass drug test and you go to, dude, honestly, think about it. If there was like more free market, a lot of businesses would set that up. Can you imagine like if McDonald's was like, if McDonald's would be like, okay, all we have to do, like, you know, we give these people housing and facilitate their rehabilitation, and, you know, we could then get these workers and pay them a little bit less. You know what I mean? It would be beneficial. It would be great PR for McDonald's. They could probably figure out a way to get that going for really cheap. Like the money they're saving on labor, they could use to get the house up and running and shit. Like, dude, I guarantee you businesses could figure out a setup and stuff like that. So it's like, I wish there was systems for people to get that, because it's like getting out of homelessness is one thing. But I'm just trying to let you know, like, you got into it because you fucked up. And I know that's not devoid of like some level of sympathy, but let's just be real. You got into living on the street because you fucked up and you suck ass. It just is what it is. I think everyone has a redemption story, but let's be real about how you got there. That's my thing with the homeless. Churches used to provide a bed for homelessness. Yeah, and that's another great point too, with a lot of this, the government getting bigger. It made all these like natural institutions. Andy, you are a national treasure. Stay healthy, bro. I'll try my hardest. I'm feeling under the weather. I appreciate that a lot. I'm feeling under the weather this week. But I'll stay healthy for you, brother. That is another thing too, with the government getting bigger and us moving away from religion, is like churches and community organizations and stuff naturally built up shit like this. So we didn't like have to, it was just more of a thing where you'd have more of a tight-knit community. So when you were hard on times, you know, you'd have people naturally in your family or your community who'd be like, yo, what the fuck are you doing? Get your shit together, man. Or if you needed a couple bucks, you know, you'd have people in the community that would lend you money. You know, if people started noticing you were doing drugs too much, you'd actually have people who cared about you. But now, you know, like I live in a giant neighborhood with a shit ton of people. I don't know one person's name. There's a couple hundred people that live in less than a mile of me. I couldn't tell you one of their names. I've only really had a conversation with one of them, because that's just how we are now. You know what I mean? Makes me want to join a church. And I don't believe in God, but just to have, I mean, I guess I have less need for that because of stand-up, but sometimes comedians get exhausting because they're so, and I'm the same way, they're so locked in on their careers and they're all fucking drug addicts. So I would just love, I would love a tight-knit community of like fairly normal people. That's why I've always contemplated just going to church just cause. And I feel like it would be nice going to, because I always grew up in Catholicism. I feel it would be nice every Sunday morning going to Christian Mass. I feel like that would be nice. Could you do an hour on homelessness? Probably. Maybe eventually. I have a lot of opinion. I don't know how to make it funny though. I mean, I could work on it. I do have a good chunk about homelessness right now. That's not like assessing the problem. It's just because it's like, dude, I've been in Austin. I've had more interact because I've been in Austin since June. basically the very end of June. So July, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. So, okay, it's going to be 7 months in Austin. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Sorry. I'm doing that thing where I'm just like casually rubbing on a scab, and now I'm looking down and there's just blood all over my leg. You guys ever do that where you're like, oh, that's itchy, and then you're like, ah, I'm bloody. But yeah, I've been in Austin for 7 months, and I've probably had more direct. I've been around homelessness a lot, but like in New York, when you're around them in like New York and Philly, they don't bother you that much. I maybe it'd be more if I lived there, but just in the casual walk, because I'm not like, I don't live by homeless people, thank God. But like when you're down near 6th Street doing comedy and shit, you interact with them a lot. And in this 7 months, I've probably had more direct interactions with homeless people than I've had most of my life. And yeah, I feel for them, but they suck ass, dude. Our on homeless people I might have a lot to say about that, because it's like the most mixed I am. Because I want to get across how much sympathy I have for them, but like, it's the way you have sympathy for a fuck up. That's the thing. I have sympathy for you and I feel bad, but you fucked up. That's you. You fucked up. You didn't just, people don't like whoopsie daisy into homelessness. They fuck up. You think, because it's like, it's not hard to live in a house, guys. Like if you're just like, I don't know, like even if you just have like, even if you grow up poor and you live in a shitty situation, like it's not hard to just get a decent job. Like it's not hard to just get a shitty job and go to work every day and pay your bills. You know what I mean? It's not, I mean, it's harder now because of inflation and yada, yada, yada. But like just generally speaking, like most people, yeah, we're not living high on the hog, but like most people are able to live paycheck to paycheck, you know? And then there's a lot of people in this country who are like functioning addicts, you know? So like there's a shit ton of people who do a little bit of heroin every day and they still go to work and do all that shit. There's a bunch of people who work drunk. Like there's a bunch, and you're just like, nah, I'll go sleep outside on the sidewalk. You know what I mean? Sorry, dude, you fucked up. You're actively sleeping on the sidewalk. I don't know, like, how's that anyone but your fault? Back in the day, you could have just joined the military and stayed in for life. Yeah. Just remain E4 Mafia in the Army until you die. Andy's national treasure. I love you. When was the last time a comic made a joke about a homeless branch of the military as distracting cannon fodder? I don't know. That was the government's goal. I forget what I was saying, but that probably applied. Do medical experiments on hobos. Yeah, dude. Fucking. They were doing MK Ultra on all these like black prisoners. Fuck that, dude. Go snatch up homeless people. Test them out. I grew up modernized Mennonite. I would say it was overall a good influence. I think so too. I think if people grow up with, because I was talking to my one friend about this, and he grew up religious, and he's like, I don't think the religion is what made me a good person. And even this dude I was talking to a while ago, I was like, it was cracking me up because I'm in my head like, I don't think you're a good person. I don't think you're as good of a person as you think you are. But I was like, dude, I actually think growing up with religion and still sort of holding that shit to the chest, I think it is a huge reason why. Because it's just like kids can't understand complex shit like right or wrong. So when you're young and you're like given these very clear, straight guidelines, because like if you look at religion, I always say the 75% rule. You know, take out all the like weird bad shit where it's like, oh, you could fucking, you know, you could throw rocks at your wife if she fucking shows her legs or shit. Like that was just of the time. The broad stroke shit, about religion is basically figuring out how to live the longest life possible and live in a comfortable way. It's like setting you up for long-term success. So that's why they're like, you know, get married, don't covet another man's wife, because then you'll fuck up the marriage and you'll waste all the time. And it's like all the shit in like Christianity and religions in general are just there to like set you up for like long-term success. Wait, what were we saying? Yeah, so I think religion has, don't get me wrong, religion can easily be used to manipulate naive people. But I think religion gives people a good foundation of morality. Not gonna lie, bro, if you could do a homeless hour, everyone will watch. Does that make sense? Yeah, I mean, I could try doing more if I have more. I just think I don't associate a lot of the homeless shit with being funny. And I'm never like I don't know. I mean, Ari did it, so I ain't, you know, who do I think I am if Ari fucking did it? All that stuff, I'm not saying it's bad. I just don't think about stuff like that because I associate it with like one-man show stuff over stand-up. So maybe I need to be more open-minded to that shit. I want to throw beer bottles at my local hobo because they empty our dumpsters, leaving a mess on the street. Yeah, like also too, like let's be real, homeless people are a fucking nuisance. And that's probably a part of how they became like that. It's colder here now, so I interact with them less. That's when I feel the worst. I remember I'd be in Jersey and I'd be like in my nice warm coat, freezing my fucking ass off. And then you just see homeless people under like 17 blankets and you're like, that's got to be nuts. But if they figured out the right amount, minus the like, damn. There is something though. I will say that the smell's probably crazy. But there is something when you walk by and you see that like homeless cocoon, you're like, dude, for you, that probably fucking rips right now. Hobos stand begging on the edge over I-35. They can easily be pushed and fall 30 feet onto nonstop 6-mile-an-hour highway traffic. Aren't you vulnerable as your parents or your own ethical system? Freedom to question is the American way. True. Wait, aren't you as vulnerable as your parents or your own ethical system? Yeah. I'm not exactly sure what you're saying there. I might just not be understanding it properly. If I went homeless and there was no way out of it, I'd just kill myself 100%. Yeah, dude. The day-to-day is just like... I laugh at parts of homelessness just seem boring, too, because there's just like there's just one dude downtown Austin. I've seen him a couple times. He just sits in a fucking wheelchair. And he doesn't even really do like a whole spiel. He just sits in a wheelchair. And it's like, dog, you're just like a mailbox at that point. It's crazy. Hell yeah. Can you guys give me like 5 minutes? I've been streaming for 3 hours and I'm a tad bit peckish. Here we go. Watch the new Brandon Buckingham. Is that a good one? There's perk angle in it, but I'm probably gonna be gone longer for. Here, this one's not as long. Oh yeah, being a good person definitely. I've definitely witnessed that. Not saying I'm sitting here like, oh, I'm the best person ever, but I've witnessed that where it's like trying to be a good person, you open yourself up to being taken advantage of. And it's unfortunate, but it's real. Oh, is this the fucking I think I watched this one. Oh yeah. This one's interesting. Here, watch this Shady Maples thing. Cause I think aren't the Dad Meat Boys going there soon?
Buffet. Shady Maple in Pennsylvania serves about...
All right, this one will be fun. All right, there's a lot of you there. I will be back in a little bit. Please don't leave.
This is the kitchen behind America's largest...
I haven't had anything to eat today. I'm a hungry boy.
Buffet. Shady Maple in Pennsylvania serves about 1.2 million people a year.
There's 20 trays. Every piece has to be laid out individually.
Customers travel from all over the country to chow down on this 200-foot buffet.
You come here, you eat until you start laughing.
Oh my God, I don't even have enough hands.
It will set you back just $16 on a Saturday morning.
I feel like it just sums up American culture so well. Lots of cheap food.
Come on into Old Country Buffet.
All-you-can-eats like this used to be all the rage across the U.S. Even big chains like Pizza Hut and KFC got in on the trend. But especially in the last decade, buffets have stumbled. Their U.S. market size is down roughly 30% since 2012.
But this place, Shady Maple, has thrived.
On average, 4,000 people come here every day to eat. So what happened to the all-American, all-you-can-eat? And why, against all odds, has Shady Maple kept the big business of buffets alive?
Now that, crispy.
I met with Summer Smith, Shady Maple's food quality manager, bright and early on a Saturday morning.
Good morning. Yeah, got a little maze.
Yeah.
The cooks start prep at 4 a.m.
We'll go through about 700 to 750 pounds of bacon.
Saturdays are their busiest days as they race to prep for 8,000 people.
Where we go on that one? Oh, the energy is high. It's like our Super Bowl.
The chefs cook a ton of different dishes, from American to Pennsylvania Dutch fare, honoring the Mennonite and Amish traditions of the area. Like this local delicacy called scrapple.
Liver, and it's ground up.
At the fryer station, they crisp up sausage patties and links. On the griddles, chefs drop hundreds of pancakes. This line is for egg dishes. Summer and her team go through over 700 eggs for a Saturday breakfast. On the other side of the kitchen, this team starts cutting veggies for lunch.
They'll set up this chopper. The broccoli, cauliflower, they chop by hand.
It's a lot of prep.
By 8 a.m., the line wrapped around the lobby, and I was getting a little hungry, so it was time to check out the buffet myself.
Hi. Just one.
Just one today. That is going to be $17.69. Okay.
Gotcha. Is there a time limit?
There is not a time limit. You can stay as long as you'd like. Just if you want to stay past 11 o'clock, that's when we switch over to our lunch buffet. There you go. There's your ticket. Head down there. You can get seated by a hostess.
Okay.
And they'll let you know how everything works.
Thank you so much. Can I get an omelet with everything on it?
One chocolate chip.
Oh, yeah. This is like childhood right here. Jiggle. Scrapple. She said this was a Pennsylvania favorite. Never have too much bacon. French fries. You need a little lime bacon to hold you over for the table bacon, you know? I have no shame. Let's go. All right. Got the first round. The cinnamon syrup was too much. That is the thickest omelet. I'm gonna crush it in like 30 seconds flat. I'm gonna try the Pennsylvania Dutch scrapple. It's just like, it's literally just a patty of like pork. She said liver's in it, all that stuff. Baked French toast. Whoa. Okay, that's good. I'm gonna try this whoopie pie. Oh man, I'm covered in chocolate. Flip the slip over when you're finished dining, and no tipping, please. I mean, look at this spread. Like, if you wanted to try everything, you're inevitably not going to be able to finish it all.
What's really mind-boggling? All of this was just $16. And those affordable prices are why Americans fell in love with buffets to begin with. Buffets can be traced back to 18th century Sweden, where elites feasted on large spreads called smorgasbords. Around the same time, the French laid out fancy meals of their own. That's actually where we got the name for buffet, after the French word for sideboard, where the food was served. But it was a Las Vegas casino manager who brought the idea to the American masses in 1946 with a 24-hour buffet that cost just $1.
And that was something that didn't make him a lot of money. Herb's Buffet was meant to attract people there, and then they would stay and eat, and then eventually gamble, and that's where the casino made its money.
In the 1970s, buffet chains started to spread across the U.S.
Golden Corral. Delightful, delectable. At Old Country Buffet, kids always get what they want.
The restaurants could keep meal prices affordable because they had heavy foot traffic and low labor costs.
Doesn't take very many people to run a Golden Corral compared to a fancy restaurant.
There weren't as many servers, and a smaller kitchen staff cooked in big batches. While a chef at a sit-down restaurant can cook for 25 people in an hour, a buffet chef can serve 200.
The profit margins at these places were razor thin, but it is definitely something that gets consumers in the door. And for a lot of restaurants, that's challenge number one.
By the 1980s, buffets were a roaring success.
A key part of the American dream is having excess, right? Having lots of stuff. And in a way, an all-you-can-eat buffet fits perfectly in with that.
You know, Wendy's Super Bar is great for families because there's something for everyone.
The concept was so successful that big brands like KFC and Wendy's hopped in on the trend.
I went to Pizza Hut regularly in high school for the buffet because it was cool as a high school kid to gorge yourself with pizza.
Shady Maples founders started the buffet at the height of all-you-can-eats in 1984.
Yeah, Shady Maples rips. Shout out Shady Maples. I really wanted to watch the JD Vance thing on CBS.
Putting her in charge of the U.S. intelligence community. Yes, Pete Hegseth, it was a tie. Bipartisan opposition, smallest margin since the job was created, you had to break that tie. If the nominee can't unite your party, how's he going to lead 3 million people?
Well, look, I think Pete is a disruptor, and a lot of people don't like that disruption, but Margaret, that disruption is incredibly necessary. If you think about all of those bipartisan massive votes, we have to ask ourselves, what did they get us? They got us a country where we fought many wars over the last 40 years, but haven't won a war about as long as I've been alive. They've got us a military with a major recruitment crisis, a procurement price crisis that's totally dysfunctional, where we buy airplanes for billions and billions of dollars, terrible cost overruns, the delivery dates are always delayed. So we need a big change. Now, admittedly, there are people who don't like that big change, but it is necessary and it's explicit.
Oh, shit. We got a 2 Chainz, Larry June, and Alchemist album. That fucking rips.
What Donald J. Trump ran on, and I think part of the reason why the American people elected him their 47th president.
So the main objective is changing all of that, that it's going to be Pete Hegseth alone?
I'd say the main problem the main thing that we want Pete Hegseth to do is to fix the problems at the Department of Defense. And unfortunately, there are many. We've gotten into way too many wars that we don't have a plan for winning. We've gotten into way too many misadventures that we shouldn't have got into in the very first place. And our procurement process, Margaret, is incredibly broken. We're in an era.
Decisions.
Well, of course, they're policy decisions, but they're also logistical and implementation decisions. If you look at where we are with the rise of artificial intelligence, with the rise of drone technology and drone warfare, we have to really, top to bottom, change the way that we fund the procurement of weapons, the way that we arm our troops. This is a major period of disruption, and we think Pete Hegseth is the guy to lead the job. Now, there's another element to this, Margaret, too, which is we believe that military morale, at least until the election of President Trump, was historically low. You had the Army missing recruitment goals by tens of thousands of soldiers, and already recruitment is starting to pick up because Pete Hegseth is fundamentally a warfighter's leader at the Department of Defense. He is a guy who sees, not through the perspective of the generals or the bureaucrats, He looks at things through the perspective of the men and women that we send off to fight in our wars.
Both the Wall Street Journal and the National Review, conservative publications, as you know, have been critical of Tulsi Gabbard. The Review called her an atrocious nominee who deserves to be defeated. They compared her defense of Edward Snowden, the fugitive who stole U.S. secrets, to an attorney general who thinks the mob gets a bad rap. Her refusal to accept U.S. intelligence findings that Assad gassed his own people, they said, was like a nominee for OMB director not being able to count. Does any of this give you pause, putting her in charge of the U.S. intelligence community? Yes or no?
Damn, it's so fascinating. Because I forget the specifics of it, but I should remember this. This is on me if you're not convinced by this, but I think with the Assad gas attacks, like they proved that was like complete bullshit or like completely made up. And then what was the other thing you said? Oh yeah, the Edward Snowden. It's like the framing of that is psychotic. It's like, dog, didn't he show the like drone program and all that other crazy shit? Like the framing of that's psychotic. It's interesting. They just kind of go with the same thing over and over again and just try to like hammer it in. So like that's all normal people remember. They're like, that's what I heard the most. So isn't that the thing? Yeah, it's like, because I've been there before where, like, you hear someone, you're like, actually, this, and that. And you're like, I feel like that's wrong. It's like people go, I feel like I would have heard about that. You know what I mean? Where they'll almost be like, I feel like I wouldn't have heard the opposite so often then. Because they're like, yeah, that's interesting.
No.
No, Margaret, look, these are publications that attacked Donald J. Trump obsessively, but those publications don't determine who the president is, the American people do.
Him.
And Donald J. Trump is the person who determines who his cabinet is, not these publications that I think, frankly, have lost relevance.
The Senate will
Tulsi
ultimately
Gabbard's,
decide.
Well, the Senate will provide advice and consent, as is its constitutional obligation, but I feel confident that Tulsi Gabbard will ultimately...
I love these reporters who are really bad at, because every reporter has a bias. But there should be a level of professionalism where you don't make it so fucking obvious. And you see these reporters a lot of times now. Like the way they kind of like cut in and act real snippy and shit. It's because they're like, yeah, they're like super desperate to fucking control the narrative. How was it watching Lemaire meet Cody Rhodes? Yeah, dude, it was awesome. I was so happy for him. It was so cool meeting Cody Rhodes. Yeah, Lemaire was on cloud fucking 9. It was so cool. I always like seeing my friends have the thing that they've always is a big deal to them happen to them. So I was so pumped to watch that. Oh, widespread NSA collection of data. That's right.
Get through. Two things that are important to know about Tulsi. First of all, she is a career military servant who's had a classification at the highest levels for nearly 2 decades. She has impeccable character, impeccable record of service, and she also is a person who I think is going to bring some trust back to the intelligence services. The bureaucrats at our intelligence services have gotten completely out of control. They've been part of the weaponization of our political system, the weaponization of our justice system. We need to have good intelligence services who keep us safe. But part of that is restoring trust in those services, and we think Tulsi is the right person to do it. That's
she
why the
doesn't
president.
trust those intelligence services.
She recognizes that the bureaucrats have gotten out of control, and we need somebody there who's going to rein them in and return those services to their core mission of identifying information that's going to keep us safe.
You campaigned on lowering prices for consumers. We've seen all of these executive orders. Which one lowers prices?
We have done a lot, and there have been a number of executive orders that have caused already jobs to start coming back into our country, which is a core part of lowering prices. More capital investment, more job creation in our economy is one of the things that's going to drive down prices for all consumers, but also raise wages so that people can afford to buy the things that they need. If you look at our slate of executive orders, no, Margaret, prices are going to come down, but it's going to take a little bit of time, right? The president has been president for all of 5 days. I think that in those 5 days, he's accomplished more than Joe Biden did in 4 years. It's been an incredible breakneck pace of activity. We're going to work with Congress. We're, of course, going to have more executive orders. And we're going to try, the way that you lower prices is that you encourage more capital investment into our country. And you ask specifically, what executive order is going to help lower prices? All of the stuff that we've done on energy, to explore more energy reserves, to develop more energy resources in the United States of America. One of the main drivers of increased prices under the Biden administration is that we had a massive increase in energy prices. Donald Trump has already taken multiple executive actions that are going to lower energy prices, and I do believe that means consumers are going to see lower prices at the pump and at the grocery store, but it's going to take a little bit of time. Rome wasn't built in a day, and while we've done a whole lot, we can't undo all of the damage of Joe Biden's presidency in 4 days.
Well, there are a lot of things that contributed to higher energy prices, and there was record oil and gas production.
Yes, Joe Biden did many terrible things to lead to an increase in prices. I agree, Margaret.
No, but all the things you experience at the grocery store are what people touch and feel. That's what you were talking about, bacon on the campaign trail.
Of course, of course.
Those things, when do consumers actually get to touch and feel
It's been 5 days, dickhead. Fucking chill.
difference in their life?
Like, are you that stupid? Oh, fuck. My fault, Dunbar. I didn't think it was that obvious. I was looking at the levels down here, and it's not, like, popping up, so I didn't think it was coming up. That's my fault. I legitimately am not trying to, like, chew on Mike. I know how much people hate that.
Lives.
Well, Margaret, how does bacon get to the grocery store? It comes on trucks that are fueled by diesel fuel. If the diesel's way too expensive, the bacon's going to become more expensive. How do we grow the bacon? Our farmers need energy to produce it. So if we lower energy prices, we are going to see lower prices for consumers, and that is what we're trying to fight for.
Well, the flurry of executive orders, most of them weren't about the economy. Many of them
were, though, Margaret. We had, I think we've
a
taken
promise
over
of tariffs by February 1st.
We've taken over 200 executive actions, some executive orders, other executive actions. Again, this is in less than a week, and a lot of them were focused on the economy, bringing investment into our country and lowering energy prices.
It's okay, Dunbar. You literally have put in the most hours watching the stream, so I'm open to hearing you problems.
We've also focused on safety, restoring public safety, ending weaponization of the Department of Justice. We've done a lot. And I think the president is to be commended for actually coming in and doing something with this incredible mandate the American people gave him. He's not sitting in the Oval Office doing nothing. He's doing the American people's business. And I think they're going to see a lot of good effects from it.
Well, a lot of these announcements have yet to take effect.
Sure.
The president did say he wants to do something with an executive order in relation to federal emergency response. He said he may reform or eliminate FEMA. Instead of sending emergency responders, he may start to send a percentage of money to states to take care of themselves. But, you know, FEMA has specialized expertise that some of these states just don't have
Margaret,
in their arsenal. And
I wish
how
that they...
will states who are lower income states, the Mississippis, the Kentuckys, the Alabamas, be able to do this for themselves without federal help?
Well, the president, to be clear, is not saying we're going to leave anybody behind. He's saying that in the way that we administer these resources, some of which is coming from the federal level, some of which is coming from the state level, we've got to get the bureaucrats out of the way and get the aid to the people who need it most.
But these
Let's
are the
be
first
honest,
responders.
Margaret, you talk about the expertise from FEMA. FEMA in North Carolina, in California, in Florida with some of the hurricanes has often been a disaster. And it's not because we don't have good people at FEMA. It's because bureaucratic red tape and garbage prevents the rapid deployment of resources to the people who need it most.
But the states are now going to have to do this themselves?
The president is trying to encourage us to reform the way that we deliver emergency response in a way that gets resources to the people who need it.
So don't take him literally,
No,
is what you're saying.
We should take the president at his word that FEMA needs desperate reform.
Dude, are so many, like, reporters this cunty? This is insane.
Because it does. Margaret, when I went to North Carolina as VP-elect, but before we were sworn in, people would talk about how FEMA would get resources, food, medicine, water to a warehouse, but then would have no plan to get it from the warehouse to the people in the mountains who were literally starving and thirsting to death. We can do so much better, and under Donald Trump's leadership, we will.
Also, why can't you, like, encourage, like, if you're going to do that process, why can't you just send, because it's like, I would, if I especially too, if I lived in, like, a rural mountainous area, I'm not trusting the federal government to know the specific problems that I might face. So like, why don't you have the local areas set up a task force, and then you can go fund them, and then they can make arguments for why they might need a little more funding or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, people ask, like, oh, so you just want to leave it up to the states? Yes. The states probably know what they want. Like, yeah, sure, give them federal funding. But on a state level, they probably know way better what they need than the federal level knows. Yeah. The media's really left. It's why podcasts are the way they go. No legacy media. Oh, yeah. Yeah, true. This isn't an issue. FEMA contractors can be paid after the fact. Yeah, that's a good point.
But they work with the state and local officials.
They often don't work well enough. And again, that's not because
on the state and local officials?
The FEMA management officials don't work well enough with the state and local officials to get resources to the people who need it. We should expect, and this is, I think, one of the fundamental premises of President Trump's leadership, the American people should expect more of their government. When there's a terrible disaster, they should
It's also like kind of known that federal agencies don't work well with state agencies. Just look into this shit about like the FBI and local police forces. They all they do not, and I'm not like they do not work well together. This is like a known thing.
Expect food, medicine, and water to get to the people who need it. When there's a terrible fire in California, the fire hydrants ought to actually turn on. I am sick of the American people having such low expectations for their government. They should demand more of us because this is the greatest country in the world, and that's what Donald Trump's leadership promises to bring back.
So still count on the federal government, but watch that space. Let me ask you about another area that you campaigned on.
Jesus fucking Christ. Can you imagine being this lady and just being like, I did a good job. I did a good job fighting for the deep state today. Can you imagine being this lady? Fuck. Let me get some agua super quick. States should be held. I mean, well, I would phrase it more like let states make their own decisions, because the states know. Like, you should trust the states a little bit more to make their own decisions, and then like give them the funding they need. If you're gonna, you guys know me, Mr. Libertarian. You know how I feel. But like, if we're gonna do this whole federal funding thing, you should just like, have a conversation, but like you should be more trusting in the states of knowing what they need.
Quite a lot, and there was a flurry of activity on, and that has to do with immigration.
Sure.
The U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops this week condemned some of the executive orders signed by President Trump.
Hell yeah. Shout out Keen, whoever you are. I hate this lady too.
Specifically those allowing immigration and customs enforcement to enter churches and to enter schools. Do you personally support the idea of conducting a raid or enforcement action in a church service, at a school?
Well, let me address this. Of course, if you have a person who is convicted of a violent crime, whether they're an illegal immigrant or a non-illegal immigrant, you have to go and get that person to protect the public safety. That's not unique to immigration. But let me just address this particular...
I think someone followed me when I was making food. Spoik goes poink. Thank you for the follow.
Issue, Margaret, because as a practicing Catholic, I was actually heartbroken by that statement. And I think that the U.S.
on quite a lot.
Turn on. I am sick of the American people having such low expectations for their government. They should demand more of us because this is the greatest country in the world, and that's what Donald Trump's leadership promises to bring back.
So still count on the federal government, but watch that space. Let me ask you about another area that you campaigned on quite a lot, and there was a flurry of activity on, and that has to do with immigration.
Sure.
The U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops this week condemned some of the executive orders signed by President Trump, specifically those allowing immigration and customs enforcement to enter churches and to enter schools. Do you personally support the idea of conducting a raid or enforcement action in a church service, at a school?
Well, let me address this. Of course, if you have a person who is convicted of a violent crime, whether they're an illegal immigrant or a non-illegal immigrant, you have to go and get that person to protect the public safety.
Yeah, dude, the phrasing of these questions are so funny because it's like, well, you'll be like, well, if someone who committed a crime is inside of a church, are you gonna go in? Because she always says, are you gonna raid churches? You're like, so if someone who's found guilty of a crime is hiding inside a church, are we gonna go inside the church to get them? Yeah.
That's not unique to immigration. But let me just address this particular issue, Margaret, because as a practicing Catholic, I was actually heartbroken by that statement. And I think that the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops needs to actually look in the mirror a little bit and recognize that when they receive over $100 million to help resettle illegal immigrants,
Are soldiers in church bad, Andy? Well, that is bad. I don't like that. But also, yeah. No, I know. It's just like the way they're no, that's fair. That's fair. I hear what you're saying. But I don't know. He makes a good point too, where he's like, are they violent criminals? I don't know.
Are they worried about humanitarian concerns, or are they actually worried about their bottom line? We are going to enforce immigration law. We're going to protect the American people.
Yeah.
Donald Trump promised to do that. And I believe the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, if they're worried about the humanitarian costs of immigration enforcement, let them talk about the children who have been sex trafficked because of the wide open border of Joe Biden.
You personally
let them talk
There you go, Dunbar. That's for you, bro.
about
going into
people like
schools
Laken
and
Riley
churches.
who were brutally murdered. I support us doing law enforcement against violent criminals, whether they're illegal immigrants or anybody else, in a way that keeps us safe. Let me ask this question, Margaret. Let's separate the immigration issue. If you had a violent murderer in a school, of course I want law enforcement to go and get that person out.
Of course.
So what's the point of the question?
You changed the regulation this week. That's the point of the question.
Exactly.
Giving the authority
Yes.
to go into churches
Exactly.
and go into schools.
We empowered law enforcement to enforce
But
the
that
law
also
everywhere
has
to
a
protect
knock-on
Americans.
effect, a chilling effect, arguably, to people to not send their kids to school.
I desperately hope it has a chilling
In
effect
the
on
churches,
illegal
you think
immigrants
the
coming
U.S.
into our
Conference
country.
of Catholic Bishops are actively hiding criminals from
I think the U.S.
law
Conference of Catholic Bishops has frankly not been a good partner in common sense immigration enforcement that the American people voted for. And I hope, again, as a devout Catholic, that they'll do better.
There are 5 legal challenges already to one of the other immigration actions, the order on birthright citizenship. A federal judge appointed by Ronald Reagan, I think you'd agree, has some conservative credentials,
Sure.
paused the order to end birthright citizenship, calling it blatantly unconstitutional. How do you reconcile this challenge to the 14th Amendment to the Constitution?
So I obviously disagree with that judge, and these things, some of them will be litigated. That's the nature of our constitutional system. But here's the basic idea of President Trump's view on this. If you are a lawful permanent resident or a legal immigrant who plans to stay, your children, of course, should become American citizens. But let's say you're the child of an ambassador. You don't become...
But that's not part of it.
Well, that
There's
is
already a carve-out
an
having to deal
important
with kids of
principle.
diplomats.
But we're saying that carve-out should apply to anybody who doesn't plan to stay here. If you come here on vacation and you have a baby in an American hospital, that baby doesn't become an American citizen. If you're an illegal alien and you come here temporarily, hopefully, your child does not become an American citizen by virtue of just having been born on American soil. It's a very basic principle in American immigration law that if you want to become an American citizen and you've done it the right way, and the American people in their collective wisdom have welcomed you into our national community, then you become a citizen. But temporary residents, people who come in here, whether legally or illegally, and don't plan to stay, their children shouldn't become American citizens. I don't know any country that does that or why we would be different.
Well, this is a country founded by immigrants.
Well, this is a country
This is a
founded
unique
by.
country.
This is a very unique country, and it was founded by some.
Dude, this bitch is crazy. Look at his face. I'm like whatever about JD Vance, but this is why I could never be a politician. I'd be screaming right now.
I don't know any country that does that or why we would be different.
Well, this is a country founded by immigrants.
Well, this is a country
This is a
founded
unique
by.
country.
This is.
Look at that. What a bitch. This is why I'm not a politician. What a fucking bit. Like, you're a reporter for a news, and you're like this. Oh my Christ! This fucking face of like, I got you with my super. Well, you know this is a country of immigrants. Yeah, that all came here legally. You stupid bitch. Not all, but they either came here legally or eventually became legal. Dude, the face is crazy. JD Vance is into the dark enlightenment shit where they want to install an American royal family. Is he? I never even heard of that. Is that his term or Oh, Curtis Yarvin. That dude's exhausting. All right, maybe we'll check that out later. It's also just such a stupid fucking... She didn't even... Like, the worst part is she didn't even make a good point. Like, do you ever see... Fuck. I wonder if this will come up or not. It might be on Twitter, actually. Oh, how did I hit... I didn't even mean to hit Twitter. I thought I hit YouTube. Excuse me.
Wasn't done by me. That only wins my case. And
You're out of.
The fuck is that? I should probably not scroll through Twitter. Oh yeah, he's gonna be all about Bobby Kennedy today. Dave had this one moment that was so fucking funny where it was on SE Cup, I think. Oh, hell yeah.
According to prosecutors, the NYPD's gun license division was rife with bribery, with some
Also, all due respect, SE Cup could get it.
officers charging thousands in cash for the
When you're discriminating against poorer people and minorities, a lot of times these are the people who live in the high crime neighborhoods. These are the people who have the most legitimate need to defend themselves. But look, I completely agree with Andy. I'm not surprised because I'm a lifelong New Yorker. I've lived in this city my entire life. I mean, this is the department that had Bernard Kerik, who was the commissioner, went to jail. This is the department that produced people like Michael Dowd. And there's always examples. When it comes to NYPD, I think there's a few good apples.
against your city.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's just completely outrageous to say that there are a few good apples in the NYPD, 35,000 strong who go out every day and protect this city. What happened at the gun permit division is unacceptable and is criminal, and they should be treated as criminals. But to attack the NYPD in a way that I think you were trying to be funny every day and are now protecting us from terrorism, on top of it, thwarting attacks on a regular basis is quite frankly outrageous.
Okay, let me let Dave Dave respond, and then I've got one more question for you, Christine. Dave, go ahead, respond.
Okay, I was kind of trying to be funny, but I'm also dead serious. And I think,
Well, that's
Christine, you would,
outrageous.
okay, you can say it's outrageous. How did you feel about the stop and frisk program? So you're not going to blame any of the people who are actually enforcing these rules that you're completely against. How do you feel about the war on drugs? How do you feel about the same people who are going around taking bribes to give people gun permits, putting people in jail for decades for having an illegal gun?
Frisk. In fact, we took legislative action against it when I was in the city council.
So they're just
But
following orders.
Wait. You change the policy. You don't attack the rank and file who risk their lives every day. What would you have? No police department?
No.
In the city of New York? Would you, who wants
I began
no
to privatize
screening?
it. But the point
Would you,
is,
who wants no screening or checks, somehow
your
add in
defense
extra
for them is
rationale?
that they're following orders. It's not a great moral defense.
It is a perfect moral defense. I didn't like a policy.
Maybe I'm biased because I agree with Dave, but like, it's like that's how you do it. You do a little smirk. You do like, you do a little bit of a gotcha, bitch, and that's when he like actually got someone, and he's not going like. Like this lady should be sitting on fucking who the fuck was it? Jabba the Hutt. Who's the little guy on Jabba the Hutt's shoulder? That's who's next. That's who the lady looks like. Where'd it go? Fuck. Excuse me. Yeah, that's that lady, dude. Don't get me wrong, she's hot. Totally would. All respect, but right now the little face you're making. I have watched the 7-5 doc. Michael Dowd, I ain't better than him. I would do the exact same thing, but I wouldn't say Michael Dowd rules. That dude sucked ass. 7-5 is a very good doc. No, I've always joked, if I was in one of those situations where we busted a drug dealer, and like if I was in one of those, I 1000%. If we go up, we bust the drug dealer, it's me and my partner in the room, and my partner goes, "Wow, looks like there's $5,000 here." I turn to him, I go, "Looks like there's $3,000." And then like, yeah, if I did this life as a cop, I do the same thing. Does that make me a good person? No. Michael Dowd fucking sucks ass. But yeah, like it's so funny with this. But 7-5, he was just robbing. Okay, that's a good justification. But no, like that's like my point with this lady is like she's not even making a good point. The whole like we're nation of immigrants is so fucking stupid. Cause then it's like, oh, so then it's okay. So we should just have unmitigated open borders. We should just let everyone who wants to come in for free and just give them a bunch of free shit. You're like, that doesn't seem psychotic to you, lady? The Coke dealer cop guy, legendary Rogie interview. Oh, he was on Rogie's? No shit, I didn't know that.
This is a very unique country, and it was founded by some immigrants and some settlers, but just because we were founded by immigrants doesn't mean that 240 years later that we have to have the dumbest immigration policy in the world. No.
Oh, that was the line I saw on Twitter. And such a good response to her, but this is why I respect JD Vance, because that's just like a beautiful response to, there's nothing that gets me more worked up than when someone hits nation of immigrants is wild. But no, he makes a good point. He's like, yeah, we're a nation of immigrants, but it doesn't mean we have to have the stupidest border policy known to fucking man. Everyone, like, dude, every other country has, not every other country, but a lot of like first world countries have very strict border policies. Why does ours have to be so laxed? Why are you racist if you want a super lax, if you don't want a super lax border policy? It makes no goddamn sense. It's just, you know what I mean? It's just like, why am I an asshole? Fuck you, lady.
Plan to stay.
Yeah.
But let's watch this again, because he does cook her ass on that.
Children shouldn't become American citizens. I don't know any country that does that or why we would be different.
Well, this is a country founded by immigrants.
Well, this is a country founded
unique
by
country.
This is a very unique country, and it was founded by some immigrants and some settlers. But just because we were founded by immigrants doesn't mean that 240 years later that we have to have the dumbest immigration policy in the world. No country says that temporary visitors, their children, will be given complete access to the benefits and blessings of American citizenship. America should actually look out for the interests of our citizens first, and that means, again, if you're here permanently and lawfully, your kid becomes an American citizen. If you're
For real, like, it's like, why is that fucked up? Our government should look after American citizens first, and then we have time, we'll worry about people who are here illegally. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Legal immigrants don't get any government help, unlike not the virtue signal. That's fair. Yeah, legal immigrants are Americans. I mean, that's a good point. I mean, I was saying before, like, the phrasing matters. It's like, it's why unhoused is stupid. Unhoused is a stupid way to refer to people. It's like, no, they're vagrants, they're homeless, whatever you want to call them. Oh, he's a Zionist? I'm a Native American. I was born and raised in I'm the USA. In the USA, lived here all my life. Well, you're a goddamn American then, brother. That's American. That's all I care about. I don't care about your goddamn skin tone. I care about if you're a fucking American.
not here permanently, if you're not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States and don't plan to be, why would we make those people's children American citizens permanently?
I want to ask you about refugee admissions, which were just suspended by the president. That has nothing to do with the U.S. border. Refugee screening takes 18 to 24 months to go through. They are heavily vetted. Left literally at the airport this week were thousands of Afghans, some of whom had worked with the United States government and were promised to come here. When you talked to us in August, you said, I don't think we should abandon anybody who's been properly vetted and helped us. Do you stand by that?
Well, Margaret, I don't agree that all these immigrants or all these refugees have been properly vetted. In fact, we know that there are cases of people who allegedly were properly vetted and then were literally planning terrorist attacks on our country. That happened during the campaign, if you may remember. So clearly not all of these foreign nationals have been properly vetted.
But there are 30,000 people in the pipeline, Afghan refugees.
But my primary concern as the vice president, Margaret, is to look after the American people. And now that we know...
Wait, what is she asking? We have to worry about Afghan refugees?
Refugee screening.
Look out for the interests of our citizens first. And that means, again, if you're here permanently and lawfully, your kid becomes an American citizen. If you're not here permanently, if you're not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States and don't plan to be, why would we make those people's children American citizens permanently?
I want to ask you about refugee admissions, which were just suspended by the president. That has nothing to do with the U.S. border. Refugee screening takes 18 to 24 months to go through. They are heavily vetted. Left literally at the airport this week were thousands of Afghans, some of whom had worked with the United States government and were promised to come here. When you talked to us in August, you said, I don't think we should abandon anybody who's been properly vetted and helped us. Do you stand by that?
Well, Margaret, I don't agree that all these immigrants or all these refugees have been properly vetted. In fact, we know that there are cases of people who allegedly were properly vetted and then were literally planning terrorist attacks on our country. That happened during the campaign, if you may remember. So clearly not all of these foreign nationals have been properly vetted.
But there are 30,000 people in the pipeline, Afghan refugees.
But my primary concern as the vice president, Margaret, is to look after the American people. And now that we know that we have vetting problems with a lot of these refugee programs, we absolutely cannot unleash thousands of unvetted people into our country. It's not good.
These people are vetted.
Just like the guy who planned a terrorist attack in Oklahoma a few months ago, he was allegedly properly vetted, and many people in the media and the Democratic Party said that he was properly vetted. Clearly he wasn't. I don't want my children to share a neighborhood with people who are not properly vetted, and because I don't want it for my kids, I'm not going to force any other American citizens' kids to do that either.
No, and that was a very particular case. It wasn't clear if he was radicalized when he got here or while he was living here.
I don't really care, Margaret. I don't want that person in my country, and I think most Americans agree with me.
2 weeks.
That's a thing too. When like they play little games like that, That response right there rules. So just cut them off. Just go, hey, I don't fucking care. It's like I saw this great tweet. I think I liked it. I saw this tweet that made me laugh. God damn it, I like too many tweets. I like so many tweets. Give me 20 minutes and I'll find it. It was basically about the foreign aid getting cut off. And there's like no resource. Oh yeah, here it is. This was very funny. Oh yeah, it was like Trump freeze on all foreign aid is abdication of our duty as a global leader. The money fights AIDS, malaria, and famine, including in Sudan, blah, 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 blah. And then this guy just goes, I don't care about fighting AIDS in the Sudan. And it's like, people trick you into thinking like, well, you're not compassionate and you don't care. And you're like, dude, we can't just like, you can't justify foreign aid because they need help they need help fighting AIDS in the Sudan. You're like, brother, what? Like, you can't just go around the world fixing every little problem. Honestly, people don't talk about this enough, but like, or at least in like the mainstream shit, I don't hear this get brought up enough times, but it's like, be the like fucking, what's the fucking phrase? The house on the hill or whatever. Be the castle on the, I forget exactly how the phrase goes, but like basically, I don't care about fighting AIDS. And yeah, it's like, shut up. Just shut the fuck up, you fucking psychos. But dude, for real, it's like, people don't realize you can do a lot more by like, okay, so imagine the fucking, Afghan refugees. Well, maybe Afghanistan's a bad example because that's going to take a minute to fix. But, you know, like, imagine you're in a shitty country that you want to leave. You want to, and you know, it's like, and then, okay, well, America rules. Let's go to America. And then America's like, yeah, sorry, dude. Can't come here. And then, you know, there's going to be more incentive. There's going to be more. So people are going to go like, well, wait, people are going to learn more about why America rules. And there's going to be more incentive to, there's going to be, well, I can't go to America, so I'll have to make my country better. There's going to be more incentive for those people to emulate America, where they're like, why is America so sick? Well, we can't go there, but I guess we'll have to like just be sick ourselves. Yeah, I don't know. I know that comes off overly simplified, but yeah. Yeah, it should. Yeah, sorry, I got distracted. I was trying to look up something. I got distracted with this Asuka. She's a WWE wrestler. This tweet is crazy. No, but like, that's the thing. Like, it's the whole keeping up with the Joneses concept. If we rule, other people are going to try to emulate us, and it'll actually make other places better. So they won't want to leave their place. They'll want to make their place better because they can't come over here. But she's a WWE wrestler. I've been feeling in danger recently. I've already consulted the police. At this rate, even if fans approach me at the airport or in the city, I will feel the possibility that something might happen, and it will scare me, making me unable to respond. Wonder what the fuck that was about. Oh, what's this? I absolutely reject any romantic or personal approaches towards me. There's absolutely no possibility for others to interfere in my private life. Please do not have romantic feelings for me. It's meaningless. 100% pointless. Okay. She must have had someone come up to her very creepily. Will we find anyone? That's a funny clip. I love the like, let him get up. Let him get up. Oh, God. Wrestling fans are animals. They should feel more comfortable by just denying. Wrestlers should feel more comfortable denying people's signatures at the airports, but it just sucks because like that's the whole thing is they're just trained to like we don't want to have a video of them being shitty ever.
Ago, you were on Fox News and you said if you protested peacefully on January 6th and had Merrick Garland's Department of Justice treat you like a gang member, you should be pardoned. If you committed violence on that day, obviously you shouldn't be pardoned. Did you counsel the president against these blanket pardons for 1,500 people?
Well, Margaret, I noticed
including those who committed violence.
Margaret, I noticed that you cut off the thing that I said immediately after that. The full quote is that, of course, there are gray areas. And here's the nature of the gray area. Merrick Garland's Department of Justice denied constitutional protections in the prosecutions. There were double standards in how sentences were applied to the J6 protesters versus other groups. What the president said consistently on the campaign is that he was going to look at a case-by-case basis.
This is blanket.
And that's exactly what we did. We looked at 1,600 cases, and the thing that came out of it, Margaret, is that there was a massive denial of due process of liberty, and a lot of people were denied their constitutional rights. The president believes that. I believe that, and I think he made the right decision.
Daniel Rodriguez used an electroshock weapon against a policeman who was dragged out of the defensive line by plunging it into the officer's neck. He was imprisoned, sentenced to 12 years, 7 months. He got a pardon. Ronald Maccabee hit a cop while wearing reinforced brass knuckle gloves, and he held one down on the ground as other rioters
Yeah, those people been in like jail for 4 fucking years, dumbass.
assailed the officer for over 20 seconds, causing a concussion. If you stand with law enforcement, how can you call these people unjustly imprisoned?
Margaret, you're separating, there's an important issue here. There's what the people actually did on January the 6th, and we're not saying that.
Okay, like, I don't know, dude. Should you be in solitary confinement for 4 years because you gave a cop a concussion? Like, I get wanting to send that guy to jail, but like, should you get more than 4 years in jail for punching a cop? Like, what are we doing, lady?
Everybody did everything perfectly. And then what did Merrick Garland's Department of Justice do in unjustly prosecuting well over 1,000 Americans in a way that was politically motivated?
Is violence like that against a police officer ever justified?
Violence against a police officer is not justified, but that doesn't mean that you should have Merrick Garland's weaponized Department of Justice expose you to incredibly unfair process, to denial of constitutional rights, and frankly, to a double standard that was not applied to many people, including, of course, the Black Lives Matter rioters who killed over 24 people and never had the weight of a weaponized Department of Justice come against them. The pardon power is not just for people who are angels or people who are perfect. And of course, we love our law enforcement and want people to be peaceful with everybody, but especially with our good cops. That's a separate issue from what Merrick Garland's Department of Justice did. We rectified a wrong, and I stand by it.
I'm being told we're out of time, but I want to quickly ask you, the richest men in the world were at that Capitol on Inauguration Day, heads of Amazon, Google, Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook. In August, you told us Google and Facebook are too big. We ought to take the Teddy Roosevelt approach, break them up. Don't let them control what people are allowed to say. They've now donated to the Trump inauguration. Are you still going to break up big tech?
So, you know who else was at the inauguration was my mom and a lot of people who just supported the president and fought every single day to get his election. And
they
to make
gave
it,
$1 million.
And to make it pop.
I'm actually going to be on this lady's side for that. Yeah. He's like, my mom was there. Yeah, she didn't give you millions of dollars, dickhead. You're like, nah, this is actually a fair question.
To the inauguration.
Well, there were a lot of people who didn't give $1 million to the inauguration.
They got pretty good seating.
Who were on that stage, Margaret. They didn't have as good a seating as my mom and a lot of other people who were there to support us. But look, we believe fundamentally that big tech does have too much power, and there are two ways they can go about this. They can either respect Americans' constitutional rights. they can stop engaging in censorship. And if they don't, you can be absolutely sure that Donald Trump's leadership is not going to look too kindly on them.
So they're still on notice.
They're very much on notice.
Hey everyone, Anthony Fantano here.
Hey Anthony, fuck you. Nah, I'm not mad at him. I don't know why he did that. It was just the first thing that popped into my head. Oh fuck. Actually, I did want to watch this. Now that I think about it, I did want to watch this. We live in an autocratic plutocracy where policy is imaginary. Yeah. It would be funny if Mama Vance relapsed. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, man. Hell yeah. I've only done this once in 4 hours, so I'm going to do this again. If anyone hasn't, please consider subscribing on Twitch. If you got Amazon Prime, you can do it for free. If not, it's only $5, $6, $7. Yeah, man. And if you don't want to do any of that, I don't fault you. Go check out the YouTube channel. I stream over there too. The link for it's down below if you're watching on Twitch. I stream over there as well. I post a lot of I repost a lot of clips, so you don't have to go searching for them and shit like that. It's a good time over there. Oh, fuck. All right, I want to check this out because I don't know what's going on, but I've been seeing a bunch of people post bad shit about DJ Akademiks, which is not uncommon. He regularly does stuff to cause people upset, and their upset with him is justified half the time. He's he's entertaining. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to act like I haven't watched his stuff. I used to watch his stuff a decent amount back in the day when I was like way more into like the daily hip hop drama. I don't really pay attention to like the daily rap and hip hop drama. When something fun pops up, then I'll get into it. But I've been seeing stuff. I've been seeing thumbnails that say groomer. I've been seeing a lot of shit, but I don't know what's actually happening. So let's let Mr. Fantano explain it to us. Hit it. Hit it, Anthony.
Do I look tired?
No. Not that tired. That was really loud.
I am tired. I'm pretty freaking tired. Yeah, I'm tired today. And I'm aggravated. And I don't even want to fool around or be silly, because what we're talking about in this video is frankly ridiculous and beyond the pale. Enter one Mr.
Hell yeah, dude. I love when people make it very... Just to be clear, I don't like bad stuff. Anyway, the video.
DJ Akademiks, who we have talked about and also kind of like, referenced and played off of in a silly way on this channel before, imitating his GIF-based video and editing style as he comments on various goings-on in the hip-hop industry. If you're unfamiliar, though I don't see how you could be at this point if you're a hardcore viewer of a music review channel, or rather a music industry commentary channel, Akademiks' platform for years now has been huge, frankly. He's considered to be maybe the most influential voice in hip-hop journalism today. Now, he may have gone about building that rep in a way that I don't necessarily vibe with or respect, but he built it. What I'm trying to say here is that it's been a long time since Akademiks has done anything, in my view, that could genuinely be considered journalism, as I feel like the way he operates in the music industry these days is just him doing anything that he can to basically align himself with whoever is the most powerful, the most...
God, I don't have any legs to stand on with this next comment, but get to the fucking point, dude. Like, maybe it's just because I've watched his channel before. I know how you feel about DJ Akademiks. Dude, I know I have no leg to stand on in this. I'm the king of the preamble. So I really should just shut the fuck up. I'm the king of the preamble, but it's different when I do it. When I do it, there's a lot of depth and insight. But when I'm watching your channel, get to the fucking point, Anthony.
Influential, just generally building his profile by currying the favor of others, which is how, if you remember, he ended up getting so tied up in this recent Kendrick Lamar and Drake beef because he's essentially reduced himself to being Drake's mouthpiece at this point. Literally anything, any news, any narrative Drake needs to get out there into the wider world usually comes by way of academics these days. That's another story for another day, though. What we're talking about now is some
Drake's association with academics also reminds me of how, like, it's different now post Kendrick, but Drake was always still able to seem cool to a lot of people, even though he associates himself with so much lame, uncool shit. And Academics was a big example. Academics was a guy that everyone thinks is a fucking dope. And like, I feel like a lot of his it's similar to like Destiny. If you go on a Destiny video right now and read the comments or read his chat, it's just people calling him a fucking idiot the whole time. And I think that was a lot of Academics fan base. And Drake would always associate himself with embarrassing Academics types, but like until the Kendrick shit would never really get flack for it. Because I think he just no-sold it all the time. Drake just walks around being like, no, I'm the man. I'm the shit. I don't suck ass. I think maybe that's how we should all be. Well, maybe that's how you get into a Drake situation then. But maybe we try that. Maybe you walk around and be like, I'm the man. I rule. I don't suck ass. Is that the key to success? I'm going to write a book. I rule. I'm the man. I rule. I don't suck ass by Andy Malfrina.
Something much weirder and much more serious, because this is just
Academics is a big 6ix9ine god, without a doubt. DJ Academics has his mouth on Drake's piece. Yeah, I was looking for there was definitely an opportunity for a sick gay joke right there, but you know, in his Harry Potter glasses and his ironic mustache and his intentionally layered beanie. Once again, no legs to stand on. Now I'm starting to realize maybe Anthony annoys me because I'm looking into a mirror more so than I thought. Like, you and your fucking beanie. Aw, shit. I just didn't. My hair looks bad today, so I like wearing hats in videos. Shit. I forgot some of the most annoying people online wear beanies constantly in their videos. Fuck.
Just beyond any sort of like potential conflict of interest.
Oh shit. DJ Akad's nuts. Fucking got him, Dunbar.
In the music industry. No, what we're talking about today is just pure fucking insanity and depravity. As recently footage has been spread all across social media of academics talking to a 15-year-old boy, a fellow streamer and content creator, which that in and of itself isn't necessarily a bad or harmful thing. I mean, content creation and music.
Wait, what did he say? 15-year-old boy? Nah, dude. If you're unless it's like, it's one thing, like, I don't know, maybe you're interviewing fucking, what's his name? Big Boom AJ? Like, if you were doing a fucking Costco guy thing, but like he would be there with his dad, that's one thing. If you're just popping on, like if you're just popping on and like doing a fucking thing, having a conversation, maybe you go, well, I guess it matters about context, because if you were say you were doing like, I don't know, say your whole thing, like I was just watching this Fortnite guy because he's really good about posting about Fortnite news, because I'm getting into Fortnite again because Godzilla, hell yeah, Godzilla. And that dude, he has because it's Fortnite, he decided to be more family friendly. So if he had a thing where he had fans asking a question or calling in or whatever, and they're kids, that's not that weird, I guess. But if you're fucking DJ Akademiks, where your whole thing is reviewing Drake songs and getting drunk on Henny every night, like on your stream and shit like that, maybe you don't have conversations with 15-year-olds. So that out of the gate was fucking weird.
Footage has been spread all across social media of academics talking to a 15-year-old boy, a fellow streamer and content creator, which that in and of itself isn't necessarily a bad or harmful thing. I mean, content creation and music continues to be, still to this day, very much a young person's game. And if you are someone who operates in the social media industry and you've got a bit of a legacy career behind you, eventually you are going to cross paths with some younger people. But in the instance in which you find yourself in those contexts, especially when you're dealing with individuals who are less than half your age, it is upon you, the very much adult in that situation, to conduct yourself with respect and dignity and not do something like, I don't know, start engaging the kid about his sex life.
So you tell me that there's not another 15-year-old that you could bust down? Yo, bro. Yo, like, I'm serious. So there's not
Yeah, that's not good, dude. And I'll even, like, just to be completely fair, like, if you're the kid's uncle or some shit, or maybe you're a brother and you're way older, like, there is a context where this is, like, playful. You know, like, if you're a kid's fucking uncle, you know, or his dad, you're going to have the sex talk a little bit, this and that. You're family. But you're not family, academics. You're a random fat alcoholic on streaming on Twitch. Stop giving children sex advice, retard.
another 15-year-old you could.
Why is he dressed like Sam Hyde? Damn, that's funny. Yes, Dunbar, do the right thing and add Godzuki to Fortnite right fucking now. Big Godzilla guy over here, a Zilla head, if you will. Yeah, dude. I'm a fucking I'm a GZ maniac, bruh.
Bust now. Fucking a dude, will you let him fuck you?
No.
Why not? Suppose he's like, yo, bro, listen, yo, you always wanted me to be next to you. Now I could be inside of you. Pause.
Yo, I'm not gay.
Nah,
you said suck a dick, though.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? I don't even know what to say.
Dude, I gotta be honest. Now, for the sake of fairness, these are very short clips, but still, this feels, because like it's the way, because I think he can play these off as harmless. He could try to play these off as harmless, like he's joking around, but it's like the fact that you keep hearing different examples of it, where it makes you very suspect of like, brother, what is this?
This is crazy. And what's even more insane about the footage that you just saw are like the defenses that I have seen of it, or just people generally turning a blind eye, or people honestly just kind of tuning out at this point, because academics in so many scenarios, be it with the Kendrick and Drake stuff, be it with the Megan Thee Stallion, Tory Lanez stuff, has proven himself.
It took me too late to even consider this, but the association with Drake is so much funnier now. The Drake fandom is so much funnier now.
To be such utter trash.
Meg, when you first came in the game, you was an alcoholic. You was a woman who used to drink.
Bro, you're an alcoholic. What are you talking about? You get hammered on Henny and fucking cum your pants over a Drake feature.
Blackout, get drunk, fuck whoever, and then used to be very belligerent and used to be very aggressive. People didn't enjoy your presence. They enjoyed fucking you. You know why Tory never wifed you? Because Tory don't want to look like a clown.
That, like, nothing is really surprising to anyone at this point, and the only people left in his audience are essentially there because he's trash. Him being trash is a feature, not a bug.
Yo, if Max got a sister and she threw you the box, would you smash her?
He already has a sister.
All right, if she threw you the box, would you smash?
No, because I'm 15.
Yeah, what does that mean?
She's above 18.
What I mean? Okay, what does that mean?
It will be grooming.
It'll be what?
Grooming.
That has nothing to do with you.
What's your address? I'm gonna send some strippers over there.
Slow down, yo. I'm 15. I hope you know that, bro. You trying to
Oh, you're scared of women, bro.
I'm not.
Yo, shout out to this kid's parents, by the way. Because that's what you should do. You should be like, yo, dog, I'm 15. The fuck is this?
Yo, bro, you trying to put me on a case. You trying to put them on a case.
So?
What you mean, so? That's weird.
Look, I'll admit, I don't understand the full context of how, these conversations that you're seeing here came to be. But honestly, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter. What's even funnier is in one of these clips, Akademiks is asking him about his potential sexual interest in a girl who is, I guess, 18 or older than 18. And this kid says no, because that age gap would be grooming, or it would be statutory. Again, this kid is less than half than Akademiks' age, and he's got more fucking sense than Akademiks does.
You're one of those Kendrick fans who are upset that, I'm sorry, Drake still is giving BTA belt to ass. I get it. Y'all are upset. How do we cancel act? I'm still the biggest. Pause. You can't cancel what you didn't build.
And again, the excuses, the defenses that I have seen have been just crazy.
I mean, you can act, though. You can cancel just means be taken away. So if they can fuck up your money, they can cancel you. And by letting everyone know you're a fucking weirdo, and then people not liking you and then not wanting to watch you, they can stop watching it. So, yeah, no, if they find out you're a dude who talks weird like that to kids, like, it's going to be pretty easy to cancel you, dog.
Talking about, he's just like joking and being silly. It's not serious, so on and so forth. I'm sorry. Like, what's the joke here? What's the joke? If there's anything I fucking hate about the evolution of humor in the internet age over the past 10, 15 years, it's the complete and utter death of irony, because nobody uses irony anymore to be ironic, actually. No, irony is always employed in order to voice opinions and sentiments that you would be in hot water for voicing if you just genuinely express them.
Okay, well, we already discussed that in the Sam Hyde episode. A lot of what people think is irony is just sarcasm, and we don't have to go into a whole fucking thing. He's not right, really, but I don't feel like going into it. Most of irony right now is just people being sarcastic. And there is this thing now where it's like people who don't understand humor will go, well, no, I don't understand. Like, rather than realizing they don't get the joke, they'll just be like, you were serious when you did that. So there is also that, but I just did a whole dissertation on that. I don't feel like going into it again.
So instead, we just shroud them in like, oh, I don't really mean it, but like, what if you did this, or what if this happened, huh? Would you do X or Y or Z? Of course you wouldn't, unless, huh? Look, this video, what it's about, and the clips that have been incorporated here, it's all very what you see is what you get. Because frankly, there is no excuse for this behavior. There's no excuse for these conversations. There's no excuse for this engagement. Also, keep in mind, Akademiks is like openly transphobic and has even posted on Twitter that we got to keep stuff like, transness and trans identity out of hip hop.
All right, well, now I'm back on Axe side. No. I've also gone through that. You can watch my other videos. just don't trans the kids. Don't get the surgery. It's not, you're not going to get a pussy. You're not going to get a pussy. You're just going to cut your dick off. Don't get the surgery.
If I meet a man and he tell me that him being a man is a social construct, I slap the shit out of him. Yo, big 45 and big 47 don't want to hear none of that, man. All right? If your auntie's a man, if you got fingered as a kid, man, go talk to the therapist. For the next 4 years, we focusing on Bitcoin, Ethereum, locking the borders, telling Putin to chill the fuck out, and making sure China don't take over, nigga. That's what we focus on, bro. And we focus on making sure niggas don't get in female sports, beating their ass.
But apparently, like, what?
Now you got me on Axe side, dude. Oh, I didn't know he was based. You know what? Free Akademiks, dude. He's a based red pill soldier. He's not a pussy like Fantano over here. You fucking beanie, dumb mustache wearing. Fuck, shit. I did it again.
What's cool and what's legit and what gets a pass is having sexual conversations with children. Yeah, that's fine. That's cool. Trans people, boo, bad.
That's so funny. Yo, I want to like Fantano, but he always has time to just be a fucking retard. It's like, dude, we're doing a video. That's so fucking funny. We're doing a video. It's like, dude, you're doing a video about academics talking to kids, and you have to be like, by the way, he doesn't like trans people. And you're like, okay. He literally might be a pedophile. I don't care about his political leanings at the moment, dumbass. You fucking idiot.
Bad, that's the worst. Yeah, instead, let's just jokingly pressure a 15-year-old boy into talking about whether or not he would screw your male friend. Yeah, that's real cool. That's awesome. That's like real dope. Again, I'm disgusted. I'm mortified. I don't really know what else there is to say. There's just no reason for this. It's disgusting, and it's especially brazen and...
I don't know what to say. Maybe I should overstate the point. Guys, I don't know if you know this, but Anthony doesn't like when people talk inappropriately to kids. He's only said it 80 times already.
Worrying in an age where in politics, in music, there are just PDF file allegations abound going in every direction. But while that paradigm...
Dude, I'm sorry. And I know this is easy for me to say because my channel's not monetized yet, but I'll take, when it eventually is, I'll take every advertiser hit. I'm not saying PDF file. That's also really funny to talk about potential sexual assault and be like, but I'm going to say it like this so I can make the most money off of my video. And he's probably mad at capitalism. Well, you're a part of it, sir.
That I just discussed is very much the case. Sadly, also, we very much live in an age of society where, frankly, I think our biggest problem is that we just don't have any fucking shame anymore. People act upon and speak upon every single stupid fucking disgusting...
Yo, he might be Toad. He's just trying to make the video longer. He's trying to hit that 10-minute.
Disgusting, vile, just ridiculous idea that pops into their dumbass head. There's no check. There's no balance. There's no second guess. There's no what if.
Well, no. This is where this is what I'm saying is like a lot of these YouTubers this is why I appreciate all these YouTubers. They're so good at gathering the info for me. And then let me handle the dismounts. I'm not a good aggregator. I'm a good analyzer. I'm good at you guys are not good at the dismounts. Where it's like, this is why people shouldn't just say whatever they want. And you're like, well, first off, freedom of speech is sick. We don't have freedom of speech to talk about the weather. I know everyone's been tricked into thinking being pro freedom of speech, now you're an evil right-winger. It's actually fucking sick, and you should all be for it. It's not about, you just say whatever comes into your head. It's like, no, the takeaway should be, yeah, say all the stuff that comes into your head, because then you say stuff like this and we can find out you might be a pedophile, potentially, not saying he is, saying there's an argument now, and we find out you might be a pedo, so you know what? We either not fuck with your shit or we find you and we show you the cool wood chipper that we have. You know what I mean? Just show it to you. Just show you how cool the grinding shit on the inside is. You know what I mean? It's like, the fuck are you talking about? It's like the people who are most worried about who's good and who's bad, they want everyone to just shut the fuck up. No, I want all the bad people to keep talking so I can know who you are and I can avoid you, or if you need to be taken out, we can all get together and hurt your credibility. You know what I'm saying? Like, anyway, remember when Dems were pro free speech and the Repubs were being gay? Now the roles... Yeah, it is, in my lifetime, it is crazy to see that. I never would have guessed it flipped like this. Look at his face. He's so concerned. I'm sorry, Anthony.
It's all action and no remorse, and as a result...
Did you just call me a faggregator? Yes, dude. I'm a faggregator. That rules.
You have complete fucking freaks like this doing the unthinkable and taking advantage of a young mind at a distance in the weirdest, most gross way possible. This is just gross, 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 gross. And if there's anything that shouldn't be in hip hop, it's fucking this. All right, I'm going to leave that there because I don't want it to go.
Thanks, Anthony. Good job, Anthony. Yeah, all jokes aside, all teasing Anthony Fantano aside, yeah, maybe we keep Ak at an arm's length, because I don't know if this is enough to be like, you're a pedo. I don't know if he is, but this is very weird behavior, and it's very odd, and yeah, this dude sucks ass. Yeah, I had other shit from... I mean, we kind of went through it. I don't feel like listening to him talk creepily to a kid. But, yeah. Not good, Ak. Not good, dude. Glad that got a chuckle. Got a huge chuckle, dude. Everyone in the back laughed. What's dark enlightenment?
Quite a few issues nowadays seem pretty much impossible to deal with. Whether at the individual or collective level, it's honestly hard to imagine a way out of inequality, pollution, human rights violations, and any other assortment of dreaded...
Stop thinking about it all fucking day. That's the fucking problem with everyone now, dude. It's not the only problem. But it's just like, people are like, I have to solve all the world's problems. Stop thinking that. It's stupid. You're not Jesus Christ. Stop thinking that. You know what I mean? When I get it. You get into... I've been there before. I've been there before. Trust me. You get into politics. You go, why is everything crazy? You think you have all the solutions, and you go like, I'll change. It's just like we didn't evolve to have the bandwidth to worry about inequality throughout the world. That's why it's just like, you know, I'm not saying don't be informed, but like figure out your own shit. And like I was talking about earlier, figure out your own shit, and then like positivity will bleed off of that. You know what I mean? So stop trying to solve the world's problems. Solve your problems first. Clean your damn room. I don't have a good Jordan.
inducing buzzwords, but maybe we just aren't being creative enough. In a 1967 sci-fi novel, Lord of Light, there's a group of revolutionaries way off in the future who want to take their society to the next level. They believe they can do so through swiftly altering the social attitudes people carry about technology. Instead of fear of the unknown, we should...
Before the internet problems were more localized, now people bitch about a tribe of people on the other side of the world. That's what I realized is like a huge problem with modern society. No one knows anything about like their they don't give a fuck. Because I was actually, props to Rebecca Trent at the Creek. We were all hanging out the one day, just shooting the shit or whatever, and I heard her talking about like, she was talking about like going to city council meetings and figuring out like specific problems on street blocks. And I was like, yo, props to her. Because it's like most of us are just dickheads sitting at home being like, I'll figure out Israel-Palestine. You know what I mean? And like that's the problem with our government. Our government's like, we will figure out Israel-Palestine. We'll go figure out about bringing the concept of democracy to Afghanistan and the Middle East in general. Now, granted, they're lying about that and probably doing Israel's bidding. But regardless, you know what I mean? It's just like, you know, and it goes back to the thing we were talking about, like with immigrants and deportations, where there's this huge debate over like all these like illegal immigrants in the country. And it's like, how about we get rid of the people who are here illegally and we figure out the endless list of problems in our country with U.S. citizens? How about we try that? How about we worry about ourselves and stop thinking we can be like, dude, we'll just, anyone who wants to come, we'll take him in and we'll figure it out for him. How about we stop doing that? Tunbar, chill. Damn. I hit Dunbar with a chill today. That's hilarious, though. Now, you made a good point on Durag. He said humans aren't supposed to know what's going on the other side of the world. Global news is newish thing. I'll add to that. It's not just that. Like, I don't even think it's necessarily that they know that. It's that, like, there's all this, like, gay commie shit. Like, when Black Lives Matter was happening and everyone was saying silence is violence. It's not. they've tricked people into thinking you have to aggressively care about everything. You know, it's you can know about all. Now, don't get me wrong. There's definitely a lot of this shit that will like overload your fucking brain, and you need to take time off and not. But like, there's a difference between knowing about all the other problems. It's like knowing about racism or inequality in other countries, and then there's spending every day worried about that. You know, so that's what I mean, Naeem makes a good point because he's not wrong, but I would also say, like, I think the bigger issue is, like, we're just told we have to fucking care. And then it's like the problems they make us care about is they get everyone scared that, you know, I'm no genius about the global warming thing, but climate change or any of that shit. I'm no expert on that, but I do know that the government is definitely heightening the problem in their rhetoric to get people shook, and it works, dude. It causes like immense anxiety, and it's like, you know, you have these people thinking the world's gonna get lit on fire in fucking 5 years. It's gonna be inhabitable for our children in like 5 or 10 years, and they think that the only people is, you know, the smartest people in the world, the government. They're gonna figure out how to control the temperature in a couple years. It's the problem is we're worried about insane things. Worry about things you can affect and actually have some say over.
We should put our foot on the gas and see where it takes us. They called themselves accelerationists. Accelerationism is the real-world belief that technology and capitalism should be sped up. This is either because they genuinely think this is a good idea that will result in some sort of techno-capitalist utopia, or because there is simply no alternative. We can either prolong our suffering or go right through it. Hence they push for deregulation, the merging of the digital with the human, and the overall rejection of the belief that we can somehow control progress. Current accelerationist circles have even argued that the election of Trump, a hyper-capitalist, anti-establishment figure, is the first true manifestation of their movement in politics. Where did this begin exactly? Many point to the mysterious philosopher and writer Nick Land as the source of the movement. Land was a young professor at Warwick, already known for his eccentricity, love of Nietzsche, and his propensity for climbing over chairs. He would tell his lecture audiences that he worked in the field of the collapse of Western civilization studies, and he would also get extremely high in his office. Reading everything he could get his hands on, Land quickly consumed all of Deleuze and Guattari's work, including Anti-Oedipus, as well as the work of Lyotard. These thinkers emerged at a time when the leftist project appeared futile. In Anti-Oedipus, Guattari and Deleuze wrote about the left's need to acknowledge.
These seem like these dudes who have all these like complex ideas that all feel nice if you're sort of leaning towards that, and then they go like, all right, what's the real world application of any of them? And you're like, oh, it's not, you know, it goes bad every single time, but it feels good in your head. That's the problem with socialism. And I could be wrong about my assumption, we'll see, but that's the problem with socialism. It feels nice in your head, but it like apply it to real world situations and see how it goes.
Acknowledge the ability.
That's a hell of a banker's. Woo! Everyone's getting in on it. Let's go, boys. I read Ryotard. Yeah, fuck these losers, dude.
For capitalism to liberate and oppress.
Shout out, chat. We have fun here. Yes, we do. Dude, I'm sorry. Bankers knows rules, and then Ryotard. Oh, God. Yeah. God. Should be illegal having this much fun.
Rather than simply oppose it at every turn. They suggest embracing the anarchic tendencies of the free market in order to go still further in the movement of the...
Hold up. What'd they say? Anarchic tendencies of the free market. But do they like it for gay reasons? We might be on their side, guys.
Turn. They suggest embracing the anarchic tendencies of the free market in order to go still further in the movement of the market, to accelerate the process. Lyotard would also write Libidinal Economy, which praised capitalism.
Oh, but are they saying like to keep doing that so everything like crumbles and Western civilization could be over? I mean, if that's it, they're wrong, but hey, whatever. I agree with their process. I don't think the outcome's going to be good.
For its naturalness, and that even its most oppressive aspects were enjoyed by its victims. Land was inspired by this thinking and began to form his own
That is a funny, even the word, what did he say?
Digital economy, which praised capitalism for its naturalness and that even its most oppressive aspects were enjoyed by its victims.
Yeah, that is a funny thing no one ever points out, where like people go on and on about how awful capitalism is, and you're like, even in the worst scenario of like free market capitalism, you're devoid of meaning in your life because you've just drowned yourself with so much good shit. It's like, dude, we're not true capitalism, but we're more of a capitalistic country. And it's like, dog, homeless people have cell phones in our country. You know the worst case scenario with socialism is? I mean, you don't got time to worry about your cell phone because you're dead.
Land was inspired by this thinking and began to form his own philosophy. In 1992, he suggested that capitalism had never been fully unleashed and was always held back by politics, a practice he considered primitive, the last great sentimental indulgence of mankind. He began to form this idea of embracing the apocalypse through acceleration. Land saw capitalism as the motor of modernity, above and beyond any individual movement. This is strengthened by hyperstition, which is what he called the action of successful beliefs and ideas that, once emergent in the culture, give rise to their own reality through apocalyptic positive feedback loops. They are fictions that make themselves true. Capitalism is perhaps the greatest at this through, for example, forming consumer desire for things that aren't actually essential. Capitalism, he adds, reduces the importance of the self. This was an idea that Land was quite comfortable with. As he argued, the individual has now become less important than the system they lived within. The human experience is becoming increasingly irrelevant. This is evident in an early speech of Land's called "Let's Put the Rat Back in Rationality." He argues that we should view death not as a particular event in an individual's life, but rather through the view of the rats carrying the Black Death across Europe, as a world-encircling swarm with no coordinates or individuation. When asked if he is telling us to abandon the human experience, he simply responded that it's worth studying but shouldn't be prioritized. Today's video is sponsored by Endel.
No! Fuck you!
Land's thought was only further encouraged by new arrivals at the Warwick Philosophy Department, who equally rejected the optimism of the Californian ideology, which envisioned a world in which new technology unlocked human potential, as well as the traditional leftist view of humanism and rights that pervaded humanities departments. With the help of two young lecturers, Mark Fisher and Seti Plant, they formed the Cybernetic Cultural Research Unit, or CCRU, which operated within a single office in the philosophy department. The CCRU listed these now commonly discussed, but at the time...
What'd you say? Has the self ever mattered in the grand scheme? I don't know. And then Slav says, don't think too hard about the grand scheme. I don't know. I think it's good to... It's like, I think Jordan Peterson said it, where he's like, and you kind of made a joke about it a while ago, Slav, but Jordan Peterson said it where it's like, he's talking about staring into the abyss. He's like, it's always good to stare into the abyss. Just don't stare too long. Because that's the thing, like, you know, don't think too hard about the grand scheme. Yeah, definitely don't hyper focus on it, but I think it's good to always throw your mind into different areas to kind of like give yourself perspective and more gratitude. Ratatouille. You should watch Ratatouille. Gratitude. I don't know what I was trying to say there.
Quite niche topics as their general discussion points, and they would regularly produce cryptic articles with invented terms and convoluted messages. For example, the article Swear Machines discusses situationists, carbon dating, and describes jungle, an intense genre of electronic dance music. They would also host virtual futures, conferences that acted as a performative way to reject the common discipline and formality of university lectures. For example, in one, Land simply laid down in front of an audience and croaked into a mic while they played Jungle. An audience member reportedly stood up and said, "Some of us are still Marxists, you know," and stormed out. As time passed, the CCRU became more and more despised. Land would leave the department and continue the work of the CCRU above a spa body shop. There, the group drifted from acceleration.
See, this is why you need to have, like... This is why I don't think tenure's a good thing at colleges. Because you need ramifications for your actions. Just this, like, goofy shit at school where you could just kind of, like, think about this goofy shit and there's no... It's like, no, you need to... That's why, like, market functions are so good, because it's like... If these professors, if they were just like on their own and they were like, you know, this is a class everyone should take, you know, and they didn't have the protection of the school of like, hey, this is super retarded, maybe you don't teach this anymore. If they didn't have like protection of their like goofy classes, they'd probably be able to focus on the more important real shit. It's all this shit like where he was talking about laying down, croaking into a microphone. It's all that, I hate all that shit where it's just like, you know, well, let's do this and see what happens. You're like, well, that's not anything. Like, I feel like everything, like I was thinking about this too when people were talking about David Lynch, how he would never like explain his movies or anything like that, and people would got mad about it. I don't think he necessarily has to. That's his decision. It is a little bit annoying as a fan. Not me per se. Or I don't dislike David Lynch. I just never really watched his shit. But no, it's like as a fan of David Lynch's, that could be annoying. But it's not on him to explain it to you. But I think for something to be considered true art, there has to be intent behind it. This whole shit where, well, I guess this isn't art, it's philosophical thought. But I think the same principle can apply where it's like, if you're just doing a thing where you're like seeing what happens, like, okay, yeah, maybe you're doing, well, no, if you were doing a study to figure out human behavior, there is intent behind that. But if you're just doing some philosophical thing where you're laying on your back croaking, you're like, dude, that's not anything. You're just a dickhead. Some professor, what'd you say? I'd rather be a poor peasant than a rich soul, than a rich lord with a deficit of moral compass. Amen, Slav. Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I agree. Jungle music, chill. What you talking about, Megan? That no, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Chill. Some professor a few years ago was doing regular classes. As soon as he got tenure, he stayed teaching conspiracy theories to his students. Ooh, okay, that's good. I'm not saying it's never good. That's pretty fun. I like that a lot. I wish someone would invent a moral compass. Those mushrooms are delicious.
Explorationism towards the occult, a move likely inspired by their abusive use of amphetamines and alcohol. They would move into the Satanist Aleister Crowley's old house and spend the nights drawing satanic diagrams on the wall. After several mental breaks, the members, including Nick Land, disappeared from the public eye, and the CCRU was officially disbanded. The first half of Nick Land's life is still considered to this day to be a radical extension of leftist thinking. Members of the CCRU, such as Mark Fisher, had continued their work with great success. For example, Fisher would go on to establish a theory that continued to argue for the acceleration of capitalism, but suggested it be channeled towards an altered modernity, based on automation, reduced working hours, and UBI. Land, re-emerging in China years later, would criticize this left accelerationism, stating that the notion that self-propelling technology is separable from capitalism is a deep theoretical error. That's right, Nick Land moved to China. There he has since appeared far more pro-government and has gone on to write that China is a fundamentally accelerationist society fixated on the future and speed. More significantly, Land has expanded on his views of accelerationism through his piece entitled The Dark Enlightenment. In it, he argues that freedom is incompatible with democracy and that there is no value in democracy left. Instead, he pushes for a post-libertarian future which embraces authoritarianism. Specifically, he wishes for an ideal state that can be considered to be a capitalist monarchy or GovCorp, in which the state is controlled by an authoritarian CEO who manages the state through what Land called rational corporate governance. What about some semblance of human rights or rule of law? At this point in Land's career, such concerns are seen as a hindering to acceleration. Egalitarian policies slow us down when, instead, we should be rushing towards what Land calls the techno-capitalist singularity. This anti-egalitarian embrace has united Land's current ideology of what he calls neo-reactionism with the alt-right. Neo-reactionaries tend to believe in the replacement of the modern nation with authoritarian city-states that value genetic fitness and intelligence. Such an advocacy for what has sometimes been called hyper-racism, or the belief that some groups will fare better in modern conditions.
These dudes need to just like write science fiction, because I don't understand the constantly like hyper fine tuning the exact way all of existence should be. It's like, dude, you don't know. You don't fucking know. So just take this energy and go write science fiction. Like, stop being in politics. Go write science fiction.
Than others, and should be accelerated out of existence, has been seen as obviously controversial and hateful. Nick Land insists that the opportunity for viable ethno-supremacist politics disappears into a logical abyss. What to make of Nick Land? It's rare to hear of someone so brutally honest about the state of the world and the future. It's also equally rare to hear of someone who appears to embrace the speeding up of everything that is popularly considered to be bad, or at the very least, concerning. And there's a peculiarity to Land's tone, so comfortable with disregarding the human experience and the individual, that leaves one uncomfortably in agreement with the idea that the human era is drawing to a close. His thoughts drift between crude, especially when describing race, to uniquely insightful, such as when he discusses the implications of capitalism on the self. Accelerationism has found support in environmental and Marxist circles, and has also been blamed for white supremacist attacks and informing Steve Bannon's worldview. Perhaps Nick Land is the perfect representation of that dark, self-imploding subpsyche lingering within all movements that struggle to understand, to advance, to hope in a world of speed and transformation. Sometimes it's freeing to know that we can just stop trying and simply let go of the wheel. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's right.
Here we go. Interesting. Very informational. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really understand. I don't know. I don't understand these dudes that sort of just sit around all day and sort of like try to like plan out what needs to happen and what needs to be. Because then that's when you start acting like a fucking... You start acting authoritarian and dictatorial and you get a god complex and all that shit. I'm more in the business of like that's why I just like libertarianism. It's just about understanding rights and then go do whatever you want to do as long as you don't violate each other's, personal rights and their property rights and things like that. It doesn't claim to know what the next step is and what we're going to do. It just claims to know like what's right and what's wrong, what you can and can't do based off their understanding of rights. So, excuse me. That's why the libertarian shit makes so much sense to me. But yeah, I don't know. This stuff just seems like a waste of time. Yeah. Nick Land, you're a weird guy. Whoo. All right, guys. I think that's a good place to stop for today. Damn, 5 hours again. Look at us. What's the fucking Look at us. This was very fun. Go to your families. Have fun. I got to go take a shit. I love you all. Have a good one. See you tomorrow. Until then, be nice. Don't be a dick. And always remember, be about it, bitches. Bye-bye.